And in today's opener, can Washington's brinkmanship still deliver real leverage? Daniel Levy argues that with Iran holding the asystematic edge, the U.S. pressure play a losing gamble, trapping Washington in a crisis of its own making.
Mr. Levy, great to have you with us.
Pleasure to be with you.
President Trump hasn't set a ceasefire deadline, but he's keeping the pressure on, including around the Strait of Hormuz. And overnight, we understand that Iran has presented a three-phase plan. President Trump has canceled his envoy's trip to Pakistan. So apparently the second round is not happening just yet. Do you still see a possibility, a viable way forward? And what would need to change for the talks to become more viable?
One of the things that has characterized this since the beginning, and therefore makes it harder for us to look at this from the outside and predict what may happen next, is there's been a significant degree of incoherence, inconsistency, a lack of clarity as to what the US wants to achieve. Makes it harder to assess, alongside, of course, things that we are used to in terms of the unpredictability of the behavior of the president of the US. And his current gamble is that this will be more painful for Iran, for those who are more reliant on the strait, are more reliant on the energy supplies coming through there, and not just energy. So some of those are allies of Iran. Will be more painful for the Gulf, more painful for Europe, and therefore all of those actors will come together and push Iran, because this will be less painful for the US. However, as with most of his other gambles, this is unlikely to pay off. It may take some more days, but already you see an American system that is falling out of love with its own blockade on Hormuz, because the economic translated into political pain in a midterm election year for the US means that this is not particularly sustainable. And throughout this conflict, the question has been, where is the greater resilience? The US or the Iranian side? And when America's paid and Iran has the resilience. And therefore, here we are. The idea probably being, Mr. President, one more big hit against the Iranians and they will capitulate. Not going to happen. Or we continue to tread water, which is where we are now.
President Trump said, do you think that's really the case?
Well, reality kind of belies that comment, doesn't it? Because if Washington...
Domestic use only, there are efforts to turn it into an economic growth engine, echoing the pre-World War II philosophy of enrichment. The country instantly rejected what she calls a masochistic view of history by watering down wartime accounts in textbooks and making offerings to the Yasukuni Shrine. She is reconstructing a national identity centered on military pride rather than penance. The focus now turns to the law. With a supermajority and a Diet, Takaichi has initiated a process to rewrite the Constitution's Article 9, which committed the country to pacifism. By codifying the military and defining a Taiwan contingency as a survival threat, observers say Japan is preparing for extraterritorial power projection. As the legal breaks fail, Japan's road forward marks a retreat into a past that once ignored the boundaries of sovereignty and the value of collective stability.
It's been a record-breaking day at the London Marathon. Kenya's Sebastian Sawe has made history, becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours. Ro Pathak reports from London.
The men's race was won by Sebastian Sawe of Kenya in a world record time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm so happy today in London, running a world record. I'm so excited. I didn't believe, but I was well prepared, and the training I've done, the results have come now.
In the women's race, Ethiopia's Tigist Assefa won her second successive London Marathon in another world record time of 2 hours, 15 minutes and 41 seconds. Behind them, thousands more still running their own personal races, all of them being cheered by a huge crowd.
It's unreal. It's really inspiring seeing everyone with such an amazing achievement. I think seeing everyone in the crowd, everyone's families and stuff.
So why have you come down to the marathon today?
We're supporting my nephew, Josh. He's running for Mind, and he's about 23 miles in at the moment, so he'll be here soon.
Many locals call it London's best day of the year. Since first running in 1981, the London Marathon is now regarded as one of the most prestigious races in the world. But for many people, this is what the London Marathon is all about. Thousands of fun runners pushing their bodies to the limit, all of them raising money for charity. Now, last year's event raised over $117 million, making it the largest one-day fundraising event of all time, a figure organisers are expected to beat this year.
It was amazing. It's the hardest thing I think I've ever done. I found Canary Wharf the hardest bit. I was good. And then I hit the pits, but I was running with my best friend Jordan, and he could lift me up during that. And then I came back at the end and I could lift him up during the end. So we work in tandem really, really well. So yeah.
It was the best day of my life. Honestly, like, it was just the atmosphere and everything was incredible. It was hard. Like, right at the end, I was getting cramped, but like, I had my friend with me. So it's just, yeah, it was great.
This year's event is expected to set new records in terms of raising money for charity. It's prompted the organisers to make plans for next year's marathon to be a 2-day event, with as many as 100,000 taking part, where it's expected they could raise over $175 million for good causes. Rahul Pathak for CGTN at the London Marathon.
That's going to do it for this edition of Asia Today. I'm Li Choyuan in Beijing. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up next is Dialogue. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Dialogue. Europe today finds itself in a growing strategic bind, still reliant on the US for security, yet struggling to manage its economic relationship with China amid mounting transatlantic pressure. From Washington's good versus bad NATO framing to Brussels sanctioning Chinese entities and Beijing's swift response. These are not isolated developments, but signs of deeper structural tensions. Has Europe, in fact, created its own strategic dilemma in navigating ties with Washington, Beijing, and Moscow? Can it move toward genuine autonomy in security and foreign policy? And what is holding it back from improving relations with China? Join us for discussion today, live from Beijing. I'm Xu Qinduo. Joining me today for global strategy, Professor Ian Bagg at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and Professor Glenn Deason at the University of Southeastern Norway. Welcome to the show. Ian, I will start with you. So the White House has drawn up this list, good versus bad, NATO allies, of course, between countries supporting U.S. war on Iran and those opposing to that. We know some countries from the European Union that have denied access to bases, airspace, or direct participation. So, what's the response from Europe to the list? Is Washington trying to reshape NATO instead of withdrawing from it?
It's very hard to tell because the signals coming out of the White House are so confusing, so capricious in the way they change from one day to the next. Clearly, Trump has taken the view that although he didn't inform his NATO allies about starting the war with Iran, it was only Israel that he was working with, he now expects them to join in, even though he didn't declare it as a NATO operation. Not surprisingly, most European NATO countries, this is unreasonable. And although most have contributed in one way or another, there are one or two like Spain, which have refused the use of air bases. Most have contributed in some way. They just don't see it as their war. And if it's not their war, then for the White House to start talking about penalizing those like the UK, which have joined in different ways, seems very unreasonable from this side of the Atlantic. We also don't know whether it will change in the coming days. It's a leak. It wasn't an official statement. So
No.
I think that the best way of looking at it is probably not to take it too seriously yet.
Yeah, I mean, how concerned are individual countries like Spain, about kicking Spain out of NATO, or the UK? Washington says it is going to review their support of sovereignty of Falkland Islands, or of course in Argentina terms Malvinas. Ian.
Well, the European countries have some concerns, obviously, but the US cannot unilaterally kick Spain out of NATO. It's not a decision the US can take on its own. The UN recognizes British sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, or Malvinas, as the Argentinians name it. So it's not something that's really up for discussion. Plus, the UK's forces in the Falklands are much stronger than they were prior to the invasion in 1982. So it would be very, very risky for Argentina to initiate a conflict there. And it's highly likely that other forces in the US would ensure it didn't happen.
So, Glenn, how do you look at this recent tension between Washington and Brussels here over the Iran crisis?
Well, as it was said, I think that it reveals a much deeper rift now taking place. I agree with what was said, and I even think that the Europeans might have committed to some extent to join in on the war if they had been asked prior to the war. But it seems the United States waited until not only after attacking, but also when the war did not go as planned, at which point they essentially asked the Europeans to join. But we see as the world becomes more multipolar, the US has interest more and more from the Europeans. I think the European theater is a good example. The US doesn't really want to waste that much resource on Europe, which only pushes the Russians further towards China. So overall, the Americans are making the pursuing interest, which are now splitting more and more from the Europeans. And this doesn't just go towards the war we're fighting against Russia, but it also goes now towards the Americans probably not trusting, for example, their military presence in Greenland to be dependent on a durable alliance with the Europeans. And also, of course, they have their own interests in the Middle East and Asia, the Western Hemisphere. So I think overall you're going to see a much, the two continents, if you will, drifting further and further apart. I think the US calculation was that Europe should be more or less an exclusive economic zone for the Americans, that is to cut themselves off from Russia and China and others, and still follow the US foreign policies. But the Americans are less prepared to devote significant resources towards the Europeans. So I think they will split. At the moment, I think the Europeans are still hoping that if they just follow the American lead, then somehow they can go back to the way things were. But all they're doing is, I guess, investing in a lost project when they should be diversifying.
Right. Zhao Hai, back in February, I think in Munich Security Conference there, U.S. State of Secretary Marco Rubio said, Europe, the U.S. will always be a child of Europe, right? And now, are you seeing in reality the two sides, or the gap between two sides are further widened?
Yeah, definitely. I think what Marco Rubio said is just rhetoric. He's just trying to soften the tone coming out of Washington, D.C., which is actually trying to basically shift the burden of defense towards European countries in NATO. And I think now the United States is jumping from somewhat logical to illogical and unreasonable towards its NATO allies. On the one hand, previously, because Trump is run on the platform of America first, and therefore it's reasonable from their perspective to push the EU countries to raise their military expenditure to 5% of GDP, or to force the European allies to take more responsibility in the case of Ukraine and other parts of the world. However, now I think even prior to the war, even if the United States asking EU countries to join the war against Iran, there's no reason about it, because this is a collectively defensive alliance, and the United States is not under attack. And therefore, I think Europeans will try to persuade the U.S. not to attack Iran. But now the U.S. is taking a unilateral action against Iran, falling into a self-created trap, and trying to bring EU allies on board. That is absolutely illogical and unreasonable. So I don't think it is any good from now on for NATO members in Europe trying to take on more, along with the Trump agenda.
Well, let's take a look at another pair of relationship, or EU's relationship with another big power, that's China. We know that recently the EU imposed the sanctions on 27, I think, Chinese entities, accusing them of providing dual-use goods to the Russian side. And China hit back the next day, rather swiftly. So, Glenn, I think you criticized the attitudes from, similar moves from EU nation as trying to dictate which country China can do business with. So, is this, the same attitudes, toward basically dictating China should do this or should not do that?
Well, of course, it would be. Well, the Europeans would never accept. Let's say if say China went to the EU and told them because of what you're doing in Gaza, or what Americans are doing in Gaza or Iran, you should cut your trade with the United States, or at least let us dictate what kind of products you can export. I would consider it to be demonstrating this unipolar mindset in a multipolar world, because from the 1990s, if not earlier, when all this power was concentrated in the West, we saw that the diplomacy didn't take the form of, mutual understanding, compromise. Instead, the diplomacy often took the form of ultimatums and threats. Essentially, that is, we will dictate what are the moral policies, and countries who failed to oblige would have sanctions possibly put on them. But this reflected a unipolar world, when there was one center of power, and there was seemingly legitimacy around the idea that the West, at least legitimacy within the West, that the West represented wider values representing all of humanity. I think now in a multipolar world, it doesn't really make sense when you see countries like Finland threatening, if China doesn't fall in line, then we'll cut trade with you. Sense. So the power isn't there, the legitimacy isn't there. So I think this is one of the traps of, because I always made a point that the Europeans, at this point in time, when they bet everything, security and economy, on the United States, and the US is a declining hegemon, the way for Europe to thrive is to diversify. That is to also link itself closer with other centers of power, be it China, Russia, India, economically as well as in terms of security. But instead, we see they continue the same logic, that the sanctions only go one way, which is why they're so surprised when China hits back. Policy, it's a recognition of an actual reality that is a distribution of power, and it's taking some time to get used to.
Right. Ian, you were shaking your head. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's worth making it clear that the sanctions package, the 20th sanctions package that was imposed last week by the EU following the election in Hungary, which had been blocking it, and also dealing with the blockage coming from Slovakia, was sanctions against Russia. It's about trying to solve the Ukraine war. Russia is the aggressor. That's the view in Europe and much of the world. Ukraine is the aggressed. And the whole point about the sanctions package was to try to impose pressure on Russia not to persevere with the war. Now, it's true that it then becomes second-order sanctions where countries like China and Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and others are seen as being helping Russia in a way which is leading to a prolongation of the war. So there's a logic to why sanctions were imposed on certain Chinese companies if it's shown that they are contributing to the Russian war machine. Some in Beijing may reject that, say, no, it's dual-use technology, which just happens to end up in drones. But if it's technology which does help to prolong the war or to increase Russia's capability to fight the war, then I think it's not entirely unreasonable for the Europeans to say, this is something we want to try to stop. I understand the backlash from China, but I think there is a wider question here about how do you stop the Ukraine war? It has it in its power, I believe, to do much more to try to wind down that conflict rather than prolong it.
Zhao Hai, you want to respond to that?
Well, let me just say, I think the previous speaker has already spoken for, because from China's and therefore doing business with Russia, and particularly dual-use technology, is well under legal purposes. China did not export weapons to either side of the conflicting parties, and there has no reason to sanction Chinese companies merely doing normal business with Russia. And China doing business with Russia has not had any law, and actually not contributing or prolonging between Russia and Ukraine. That war prolonged because both sides so far has no common ground in terms of negotiating a political settlement. But China is actually pushing and trying to bring the two parties together with other countries, proposing solutions. And I think to blame China for not ending this war is just a non-starter. And also, I think this is very much from a European perspective, this is desperate and a strategic misjudgment. Ultimately, that means that the European seeing China's restraint as weakness, and therefore they think probably sanctioning China will not having backlash or retaliation immediately or as forceful as done overnight. So I think moving forward, China and the EU need to sit down and talk about this and try to make sure that both sides make no strategic mistakes.
Right. Just one follow-up, people on the internet, you can see, in social media, many people are questioning the EU, its credibility, morally. The EU imposed sanctions on Russia, which invaded the Ukraine. What about the US invaded Iran, without the UN authority, and also its authorization is also illegal. There's no.
Iran has posed a threat to other countries. Ukraine didn't. And that's a significant difference for Europeans. Ukraine is also a potential member of the European Union. It's applied. It's formally been recognized as a candidate, and that negotiation process is happening. I think it's not unreasonable to see Ukraine as a victim of Russian aggression. And if someone else says, no, it's Ukraine's fault, then I just don't accept that as being a reasonable proposition. Certainly, you could Israel and the United States getting together to do so much damage in Iran. But we do know that Iran has been damaging, certainly in the Middle East, US interests and Israeli interests. So I don't think there's anybody that comes out of this with much credit on that particular conflict.
Well, Glenn, you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say China offered since the beginning of the Ukraine war to assist in diplomacy. Indeed, when Macron went to China, he was the Chinese offered to help to mediate an end to this. But again, this entailed an actual meeting and peace negotiations in which they were told, no, that's not what we're interested in. We don't actually want to talk to the Russians. What we mean by China helping us end the war means sanctioning Russia. We're looking for a defeat of Russia, the capitulation of Russia. The problem is that once the Russians have been defeated, the Chinese are next on the chopping board. So this makes no sense at all. Indeed, I think overall in this war, the idea that the Europeans have helped to put an end to this war is nonsense. The Europeans, from the first day, helped them to undermine the Istanbul peace talks, to sabotage it, especially the US and the UK. And thereafter, they've been only focusing on sending weapons to defeat the Russians on the battlefield. And there's been now more than 4 years of barely any diplomacy at all, still refusing to talk to the Russians. So the idea that they're trying to put an end to the war, I don't think it makes any sense. They're looking to defeat Russia. If that oil is going to China, obviously China is a target as well. So so I wouldn't agree with that argument.
Yes, let's move on anyway. We agree to disagree on that, I guess. French President Macron recently said that U.S., Russia, China, the three most powerful nations, they are dead against the EU. This is a unique moment and the right moment to wake up for the EU. Tell us your understanding. What's behind his such strong statement here?
I think one thing to recognize is that Macron has 1 year left before the next French presidential election, and he will be looking to his legacy. That's not unusual for French politicians to want to show that they've done something substantial, and much of his domestic agenda has not gone terribly well. So that's one element. But I think as well that there is a sense that if Europe is now pushing back against the US, sees Russia as a threat, it wants to try to deal with this by strengthening its domestic capabilities, or internal capabilities. This is what Macron means by the expression strategic autonomy, which is both economic and military. It's what is meant by trying to build up Europeans' defense capabilities by succumbing to the pressure coming from Washington to boost defense spending, but to 3.5 percentage points of GDP by 2035 and an extra 1.5 percentage points of other security measures. It's Europe standing alone against the perceived threat coming from Russia above all. To Europe from China, nor from the United States. It's Russia that's seen as the potential aggressor here. And the countries on the eastern borders of the European Union, particularly the Baltics and Poland, are deeply concerned about Russia's motivations and want to resist it.
Yeah, Ian, he also said that, he said tensions with Washington are likely to persist beyond Trump's presidency, that's beyond the 2028, I guess. So do you agree with him?
Well, yes, and they also predate Trump. There's been a succession of US presidents who have said that the defense of Europe is being subsidized by Americans, therefore Europe must do more. Just that Trump has now had the capability to enact something to change it, and he has successfully persuaded European governments that they need to spend more on defense. So in that sense, Trump has succeeded in doing something which his predecessors never managed. It's unlikely to unwind. I don't think a next president, whoever that might, will say to you, it's okay, we're coming back, you can have all your defense for nothing again.
Well, Glenn, you're also part of the European Union, where you stay. Why does the EU, if Macron's statements is true, why does the EU fail to manage a good relationship with any of the three most powerful countries in the world?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think that the goal for Europe and what Macron is uttering, this strategic autonomy, it's been something that the EU has said for quite some time. The question is, what would actually create a strategic autonomy? Because I think for a long time, European internal cohesion, it's been dependent on the United States. It's been the pacifier of Europe. So you essentially have two different hypotheses what happens when the US will leave Europe. On one hand, some argue that now the Europeans will be forced to stand on their own feet, with, of course, the unifying task being to confront Russia. I think the whole idea that Russia's threatening Europe, it doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't think this is going to be enough to make the Europeans stand together. And I think that more likely you will see the Europeans turn a bit on each other once the Americans begin to pull back. Now, ideally, what the Europeans would want would be, as I said before, to have a good relationship with all external partners, and also that they're able to deliver some actual benefit to the member states. The goal of being this geopolitical EU, which is called, is that it undermines the national interest of the member states. It's cutting off access to Chinese technologies, Russian energy. At some point, you can only ignore your national interest for so long before new political forces come into play. And those political forces will then reject the EU partnership or membership simply because they serve national interest. So I would tell Macron that if all the great powers, that is China, Russia, and the US, is now working against the EU, I'm not sure if I completely agree with it, but then perhaps there's something wrong with the EU and its own policies, because it's not pursuing the right policies in regards to its external partners either.
Well, yeah, speak of that, back to you, Ian. We know that the EU has gradually cut off its reliance, on Russia energy, and the result is they increase their dependence on the US. And now with the access to Qatar and other countries' energy in the Middle East being cut off, so they are creating another challenge for themselves. So policy-wise, it's not that wise, let's say.
Well, it's a transition. The immediate impact of Russian gas was fairly devastating for a number of European economies, particularly Germany, which was quite reliant on Russian gas. The solution at European level is to move faster towards renewables and try to find other sources of dealing with the times when renewables cannot make up enough of the energy mix. But that's not something that happens overnight. You see the same in China. It's taking a while for China to move much more powerful renewables energy industry. So if you look at this in 5 or 10 years' time, you'd say Europe is making the right choices on renewables. It helps countries like Norway outside the EU or Algeria outside the EU, because there are big demands for the gas produced by these countries. But Europe is in this precarious position where it's trying to move away from dependence, both on military and on external gas. And it's caught in this trap of dealing with the US and with the Gulf for Qatari gas, and can't quite get out of it quickly enough to achieve its objectives. I think there's unity in the EU on this, but it's going to take time.
Yeah. John Hai, on the relationship between China and the European Union, recently there's a article in Foreign Affairs by Chinese scholar, Da Wei. It mentioned about the frustration felt by the Chinese government, the Chinese scholars, in terms of his relationship with the EU side. China does not see EU as whatever threat at all. China is not competing with EU for, say, global primacy, but somehow EU see China, in one part as systematic rebel. That I think is, a lot of people try to figure out, but failed probably. So share with us, do you have any, share that kind of frustration?
Oh, absolutely. I've been talking to Dr. a couple of days ago, and I totally agree with some of his points on Chinese side of frustration, particularly after in the post-pandemic era, where China trying to improve relations with EU, but those fell on hard case. And in many cases, I want to differentiate EU member states and EU, the bureaucracy in Brussels. You can see from the beginning of the year, there are many EU states are actively trying to improve the relationship with China from political, economic, and strategic perspective. However, I think just like Glenn mentioned, there are states that have radically different national interests. From the north to the south, east to the west, there's a vast land, and member states have very different national interests and strategic and security interests. And right now, Brussels, I think, are basically hijacked by this Russia hate states, and those policies are naturally extended to China and see China as a threat or enabler of Russia, and therefore not trying to make any progress on China-EU relationship. Just in this particular time when EU actually, if EU really wanted to move to strategic independence or strategic autonomy, then they will need China to help them to achieve that. Just like previously our guest speaker mentioned, when EU trying to move up the escalator of more green energy, more renewable energy, detached from Russian energy, China is a natural partner. However, if you look at recent EU rules and regulations like FSR, IAA, and most recently cybersecurity law, almost all these new rules are aimed at pushing China away. So what does that serve the EU overall interest, and particularly the member states' interest? So I think, as Glenn mentioned, EU really needs to look inside and have a perspective looking at its own flaws in its policymaking.
A reflection on the side of the EU. Well, with that, we are coming to the end of today's show. Many thanks to our guests. You can also find us on the CGTN app or on YouTube. Xu Qinduo, thanks for being with us. See you next time.
Welcome to The World Today here on CGTN. I'm Li Yuan, coming to you live from Beijing. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg, the final stop of a regional tour that also included Pakistan and Oman. Araghchi is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. He earlier said Iran and Oman agreed to continue expert-level consultations to ensure safe transit and protect shared interests in the Strait of Hormuz. Araghchi also noted that recent talks in Pakistan revealed conditions under which Iran negotiations could resume. He also stressed that Tehran will seek to secure its rights and national interests following weeks of conflict.
Pakistan is playing an important mediating role in the negotiations between Iran and the United States. It was necessary to review the latest situation. In any case, developments have occurred in the negotiations. The Americans' approach has caused a previous round of talks, despite the progress that had been made, not to reach its objectives because of the excessive demands they made and the incorrect approaches they adopted. It was necessary for us to consult with our friends in Pakistan to examine the latest situation.
Tehran says Iran and Russia share a common position on key regional and global issues with close coordination at the highest levels. Russia has voiced readiness to support negotiations between Tehran and Washington. Our Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is set to meet senior Russian officials ahead of talks with President Vladimir Putin on Monday. The visit follows Araghchi's weekend consultations with mediators in Pakistan and Oman. Iran's ambassador to Russia says the visit aims to advance shared interests and growing external pressure. Moscow and Tehran are close strategic partners. Russia has repeatedly called for the renewed diplomacy in the Middle East to prevent further escalation and economic fallout. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has reiterated Russia's readiness to support negotiations between Iran and the United States. He says any progress toward reviving the 2015 nuclear deal would be a major success. Lavrov has also backed Tehran's claim that it has been misled by false promises from Washington ahead of the trip. Iran presented a proposal to the United States at ending the standoff. Reports suggest Russia could act as a potential security guarantor. Dasha Chernyshova, CGTN. Moscow.
Iran's Imam Khomeini Airport resumed limited international passenger flights on Saturday after more than 50-day suspension. Our correspondent Sepir Serami reports now from the airport.
Today is April 27th, and I've come to Imam Khomeini International Airport here in Tehran. 2 days ago, I came here and witnessed first flights taking place to cities like Muscat and Istanbul. But today marks the resumption of first flights to China after nearly 2 months. There was a flight this morning that departed for Beijing. There will be another one at 12 p.m. Tehran time, which will depart for Shanghai. Behind me, you see the information system that you can see air traffic is returning to normal gradually. And this one is the one I was talking about, to Shanghai, as you see here on the display.
Current work has come to an end for now. For now, we'll go home and take a rest. And maybe after some time, we'll come back.
As I said, air traffic is returning to normal. We can see more passengers coming to this airport in Tehran.
Hezbollah has rejected direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, calling the planned talks a grave sin that will destabilize Lebanon. The rejection comes following Israeli strikes on the country Sunday, which killed 14 people and wounded 37. And earlier that day, a Hezbollah attack on Israeli troops in Lebanon killed 1 Israeli soldier and wounded 6 others. Residents were also warned by the Israeli military to leave 7 towns beyond an established buffer zone in southern Lebanon. The strikes come after Israel and Netanyahu ordered the Israeli military to vigorously attack Hezbollah Saturday. Both sides have accused the other of breaching the U.S.-mediated ceasefire agreement, leading to renewed hostilities. Global aviation has set an ambitious target of net zero emissions by 2050. But the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is exposing just how fragile the world's reliance on fossil fuels really is, adding new urgency to that transition. The International Energy Agency now warns that Europe could face a major jet fuel shortage, with supplies potentially running dry in as little as 6 weeks. So how close is the industry to viable, sustainable alternatives? Natalie Carty reports from just concluded Aero Show in Friedrichshafen.
Volocopter says it's not about the future, it's about the now. The German-Chinese company is the first in Europe to produce a fully electric multicopter designed for intercity transport up to 40 kilometers.
We have the 6-pack of batteries. We can charge it by a volocopter charging station. The biggest challenge is the endurance of the batteries, and it is improving by 30% each year, and it will help the sustainable aviation.
Aviation accounts for 2.5% of global CO2 emissions, so aircraft manufacturers have been pursuing net zero emissions by 2050, the fruits of which are beginning to take off, and the timing couldn't be more urgent. 99% of aviation energy still comes from fossil fuels or kerosene, but tensions in the Strait of Hormuz highlight how fragile these supply chains are. Roughly 75% of Europe's jet fuel transits through the strait, making this not just about emissions, but energy security.
It will also allow something important in Europe, sovereignty.
Green GT from Switzerland produce hydrogen fuel cells for the aviation industry.
You don't need to wait about what is the situation in Iran, what is the situation in Ukraine, because you can produce hydrogen in every country. So you do not rely any longer with our industry. We can get sovereignty with hydrogen technology.
Small regional aircrafts currently do operate with electric batteries or hydrogen, but they require more space and are much heavier compared with jet fuel, making them unsuitable for long-haul, high-payload aircrafts. Ground infrastructure also isn't yet ready for mega chargers or fueling pipelines. In the meantime, efforts are being made to reduce how much jet kerosene aircrafts require.
And what we've done here is to
Riseback Engineering offers modification kits that cut fuel use by up to 11% or 19 liters per hour.
We haven't got to the point where alternative technologies and methods of propulsion are widespread. And with the political situation, the Strait of Hormuz being blocked off, impacting all the operators around the world with higher fuel prices, we have to make do with what we have now. And in this case, this is impactful.
The aviation industry is still far from being fully sustainable, but the push is on, not just to cut emissions, but to secure a resilient future for flying. Natalie Carney for CGTN in Friedrichshafen.
China has ordered the revocation of the Manus acquisition deal. The National Development and Reform Commission says foreign investment in the deal is prohibited. Manus is an AI agent originally developed by a company founded in China, but now based in Singapore. Meta agreed to acquire it last December. And China says its decision follows laws and regulations and has ordered the parties to revoke the acquisition. In other news, it's been a record-breaking day. Kenya's Sebastian Sawe has made history, becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours. The event is also expected to raise more than $130 million for charity. Rahul Pathak reports from London.
The men's race was won by Sebastian Sawe of Kenya in a world record time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm so happy today in London, running a world record. I'm so excited. I didn't believe, but I was well prepared, and the training I've done, the results have come now.
In the women's race, Ethiopia's Tigist Assefa won her second successive London Marathon in another world record time of 2 hours, 15 minutes. In them, thousands more still running their own personal, a huge crowd.
It's unreal. It's really inspiring seeing everyone with such an amazing achievement. I think seeing everyone in the crowd, everyone's families and stuff.
So why did you come down to the marathon today?
We're supporting my nephew, Josh. He's running for Mind, and he's about 23 miles in at the moment, so he'll be here soon.
Many locals call it London's best day of the year. Since first running in 1981, the London Marathon is now regarded as one of the most prestigious races in the world. But for many people, this is what the London Marathon is all about. Thousands of fun runners pushing their bodies to the limit, all of them raising money for charity. Now, last year's event raised over $117 million, making it the largest one-day fundraising event of all time, a figure organisers are expected to beat this year.
It was amazing. It's the hardest thing I think I've ever done. I found Canary Wharf the hardest bit. I was good, and then I hit the pits, but I was running with my best friend Jordan, and he could lift me up during that, and then I came back at the end, and I could lift him up during the end. So we work in tandem really, really well. So yeah.
It was the best day of my life. Honestly, it was just the atmosphere and everything was incredible. It was hard. Right at the end, I was getting cramps, but I had my friend with me. So it's just, yeah, it was great.
This year's event is expected to set new records in terms of raising money for charity. It's prompted the organisers to make plans for next year's marathon to be a 2-day event with as many as 100,000 taking part, where it's expected they could raise over $175 million for good causes. Rahul Pathak for CGTN at the London Marathon.
And that's going to do it for this hour's World Today here on CGTN. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up next is China 24. I'll see you soon. Hey, coming to you live from Beijing, this is China 24. A look at China and its impact around the world. I'm Li Choyuan. Let's get started. Coming up, China's high-tech manufacturing profits rose by nearly 50% in the first quarter of 2026. The second phase of the 139th Canton Fair concludes today with a strong focus on foreign investments in high-tech services. Nearly 1,000 automakers and exhibitors from 21 countries and regions gather in Beijing, with global companies making major debuts. Plus, we find out how technology is powering the rapid development of a once impoverished region. The Standing Committee of the 14th National People's Congress, China's top legislature, has begun its regular session in Beijing. During the three-day meeting, lawmakers will deliberate draft revisions to several laws and healthcare security. The draft law on social assistance includes provisions requiring authorities to streamline procedures and improve access. The draft law on healthcare insurance system and expand its coverage. Well, China's Ministry of Commerce comments on the European Commission on the EU's proposed Industrial Accelerator Act, voicing China's official position and serious concerns. Well, Beijing says the law imposes restrictive rules on foreign investment in four key sectors: batteries, electric vehicles, solar power, and critical raw materials. It also includes EU origin clauses in public procurement and support policies, creating serious investment barriers and systemic discrimination. China's comments highlight three main issues. First, the law may violate WTO principles, including most favored nation and national treatment rules. And second, Chinese investors could face unfair discrimination, undermining market fairness and prior China-EU agreements on handling differences. Third, the law could slow the EU's green transition, damage fair competition, and disrupt multilateral trade rules. China also urges the EU to remove discriminatory provisions, respect WTO rules, and treat foreign investors fairly. And Beijing will monitor developments closely and is ready for dialogue. If Chinese businesses are harmed, China will take countermeasures to defend their rights. In other news, China's industrial enterprises above a designated size saw a big increase in profits in the first quarter, while high-tech manufacturing profits rose by more than 47%. Well, the total profits of large-scale industrial enterprises reached 1.69 trillion yuan, up 15.5% year-on-year. And in March alone, the profits jumped by 15.8%. Large-scale equipment manufacturing enterprises saw profits up by 21%. The electronics industry saw its profits grow by more than 124% due to factors such as better production and rising prices. The rapid development of artificial intelligence and semiconductor-related industries has driven the profits of fiber optic manufacturing. Manufacturing rose 43%, and display device manufacturing industries increased over 36%. Well, the second phase of the 139th Canton Fair concludes today. Under the theme Quality Hope Living, it featured 25,000 booths across household goods, decorations, building materials, and furniture. Well, more than 330 leading purchasing companies attended in organized delegations, a 7% increase from the previous phase. And to meet the diverse needs of global buyers, the fair has organized a series of sourcing and matchmaking events. So far, 28 supply-demand matchmaking sessions have been held to boost two-way trade. In addition, one-on-one targeted match services were rolled out from major buyers. The fair's third phase will run from May 1st to May 5th.
In the Canton Fair, that we can we can directly work with them. But this event helped me. We can also do parallel, directly work with them, directly work with the Chinese factory.
Adidas is a German brand, but this is the Adidas outlet, so the products are cheaper here.
I think it's a really good and interesting product, like to get new round of products and like to innovate, and that's why I'm here. I go like from all the way from Europe to here because we can find definitely good supplier and a good product and good new products.
Well, China is quickly blending high-end manufacturing with modern services. Digitalization and AI are playing an increasingly important role in supporting their real economy. In the first quarter of this year alone, foreign investment in high-tech services, especially research and design, jumped more than 127% quarter to quarter, a clear sign of China's growing appeal to global companies. Multinationals now see China as an innovation hub, creating products here for the world. And by March, Beijing was home to over 330 foreign R&D centers, adding 55 just this year. And Shanghai hosts nearly 650 centers, with 15 new ones already set up in 2026. From cutting-edge research to products made for the world, Beijing's innovation engine is still accelerating. And retail sales in China recorded an increase of 2.4% from a year ago in the first quarter of 2026. The momentum has pushed global retail giants to expand their offerings to Chinese consumers. Our tone spoke to Mark Israel, who heads the outlet chain Bicester Village in China.
Over here, a little further along, we see a first flagship. Up here, we see a first off-price store in China. Again, first off-price stores in the sports category.
We met Mark Israel in Suzhou. Not far from Shanghai, this is the Bicester Collection's largest outlet village in the world. This month, the village launched its new expansion.
So we have about 30 shops that are the first in just this new phase.
30 shops. How many stores in total do you have in this?
We have about 200. Oh, this third phase is 65 boutiques and restaurants.
So over half of the shops here are first shops.
That's right.
In this newly opened phase, over 30 stores are defined as first shops. Among them, 9 are first outlet shops in China, 22 are first shops or first outlet shops in Jiangsu province. The expansion is driven by Bicester's outstanding performance in recent years. The village achieved the record-breaking sales of the New Year holiday.
While some areas of the market are declining, we're actually growing faster than we were at before COVID.
But does the expansion in an outlet village that offers discount all the time means people are cutting their consumption budget?
I don't think so. It's segmenting more. So you have people, I think all people at times can be driven just by price and convenience. We see, particularly if we think of sports, active lifestyle, healthy lifestyle kinds of things, people are more focused on that. They're willing to spend for the best when it comes to that category.
The outlets nationwide severed 12% in 2025, and visitor flow jumped by over 15%. And if you look at retail sales overall, they jumped by 3.8% in the same period. Change has witnessed in China's consumer behaviors. He said one thing has always remained strong: Chinese people's willingness to consume.
They're not afraid to spend money, but they want to make sure they're getting value for the money, and they want to make sure they're getting value for the time that they're investing in order to spend their money.
I first thought the robust growth of outlet villages in China might signal that Chinese consumers are tightening their budgets and opting for cheaper goods. But Mark has pointed out that Chinese consumers have always been drawn to great value deals, and that booming outlet sales actually also reflect an expanding consumption sector. Are Chinese people shopping less? Based on this example, I'd say the answer is no. Chen Tong, CGTN Suzhou, Jiangsu Province.
Let's expand on this a little. Let me bring in my guest, Mr. Liu Zhixian, a senior fellow at the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies, Renmin University of China. Welcome to the program, Mr. Liu. Now, what role does the Canton Fair play in upgrading the quality of China's foreign trade?
Actually, Canton Fair is very famous, not only in domestic market, but also for the rest of the world. Over 60 years longer that the Canton Fair plays a very unique and the most important role that to promoting the cooperations and the mutual understanding. Canton Fair already shows that it is the best value chain to the world. So we see that the upgrading or even this high quality development in China can be shown in the Canton Fair, but also it can also show that there's two different things. One is that what transparent that the Chinese policy has adopted in the past years or in the year to come. From traditional and from the latest development, China always shows its openness and its determination to reform. That's why the many foreign visitors like to visit the Canton Fair like a festival. So we call it Canton Festival. This is the truth. And the second is also show the latest dynamic development in China's high technology. It's really, many people from foreign European countries say that Canton Fair is not only a fair, but it's also a school, a university. People from here, from each other, they can learn from each other. They can also know much more new latest knowledge, especially for China's experiences, how to govern their company, how to govern the economy, and also to show that the cooperations, the spirit of Chinese culture and the philosophy. So this is the best platform for China.
And the Canton Fair is not only a window showcasing high-quality Chinese products, but also a bridge to China's vast market, right? What strength do Chinese manufacturing and the Chinese market have to meet demands of overseas buyers?
Actually, in recent years, the whole world has seen that greater potential and the strength of China's manufacturing capability, because China has already developed this all around different levels of manufacturing, including the traditional one, but also the high tech. In this way, we can say that China's manufacturing capacity is already the leading factor in the world. So I like to say that China's economy, especially in manufacturing, is an open source economy. That means that China always show its openness to the rest of the world. We show that not only our shops, you can buy things in our shop, but also we show our manufacturing, our factory, even the skills of our engineers. And they can learn a lot from all these fairs. So in this way, we can say that the Canton Fair is not only a window, it's also a platform. It's not only a bridge, but also a school and a university that can enhancing the close ties and the cooperation between China and the rest of the world, especially when the whole world is facing uncertainty and the challenges that China's economy, especially the Canton Fair and like other fairs, that will play even more effective and cooperative roles in the world development.
All right, we appreciate your insight, Mr. Liu. Thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Liu Juxin, joining us there. Now, Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari has begun a week-long trip to China with a strong focus on boosting economic and trade ties, especially under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor framework. On Sunday in Changsha, he visited major companies, including the SANY Group and Xiangti, looking to expand cooperation in infrastructure and agriculture. At SANY, Zardari showed a strong interest in an electric excavator, saying such technology could be used in Pakistan. At Xiangti, he pointed to the shared tea culture between the two countries and called for closer cooperation to support Pakistan's agricultural modernization. And later, President Zardari awarded the Star of Pakistan to Chinese heart specialist Han Xiangbin, honoring his work treating a young patient in Pakistan and bringing advanced medical expertise to the country. He also witnessed the signing of several cooperation deals covering seawater desalination, agriculture, and people-to-people exchanges. Wrapping up his visit to Hunan, Zardari traveled to Shaoshan, the hometown of Mao Zedong, where he laid a wreath and visited the former Chinese leader's memorial hall and residence. In Pakistani political and diplomatic narratives, Mao is often remembered as a founding figure of what both countries call an all-weather friendship. And while Pakistan's system differs ideologically, Mao's marks the beginning of a reliable partnership that has evolved into today's cooperation frameworks, including the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Let's now take a short break. Coming up next on China 24. Nearly 1,000 automakers and exhibitors from 21 countries and regions gather in Beijing as global companies make major debuts. Plus, commercial vehicle exports in Xinjiang's Horgo's port hit a historic high in the first quarter, with new energy vehicles driving the surge. Stay with us.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference. Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back. One of the world's biggest auto shows is underway in Beijing, with global companies making major debuts. The total exhibition area covers a record-breaking 380,000 across 2 venues for the first time, bringing together nearly 1,000 automakers from 21 countries and regions. The event is expected to attract close to 1 million visitors, a new record for global auto shows. And official data shows that a total of 1,451 vehicles will be exhibited at this year's auto show, including over 250 new models and prototypes. Well, the global auto industry is evolving rapidly, and Beijing has become a focal point for that transformation. At this year's Beijing International Auto Show, companies from across the entire value chain are coming together, not only to showcase new products, but to help shape the industry's next phase. Sun Tingyuan reports.
Different languages, different faces, people from around the world all converging at the Beijing International Auto Show.
I'm a big fan of cars, and this is the biggest motor show in the world, so I have to be here.
This really feels like a carnival for car enthusiasts. Just look at the crowd. And here's one quick tip for firsters: bring the power bank and definitely wear comfortable shoes.
For some, it's a long journey, almost a pilgrimage.
I come from a country, Argentina, where Chinese cars have gone from being 2 to 3% of the market to being over 10% of the market in the span of 2 years. So, it's very important to know what's going on.
Yay! Some are here for the classic brawl of the engine.
I'm used to combustion cars. I love the smell. I love the sound. I love the feeling. But electric cars are very cool too.
And many are here for what's next.
I'm overwhelmed with how many technologies there are and how many new concepts and innovative fields that are presented here.
Beyond the buzz, a deeper transformation is underway. From intelligent driving systems to low-carbon technologies, innovation is accelerating at pace. Behind it all is a globally interconnected supply chain, working in concert.
A single car, from hardware to software, from algorithm to systems, often bring together technologies from different parts of the world. And China has become a key hub for many of these trends to come together, which explains why many global suppliers continue to invest here.
At a time when decoupling rhetoric dominates headlines, this auto show presents a contrasting narrative. International companies are not retreating, they are actively engaging. And China's scale and pace continue to underpin their confidence. Take value as an example. Last year, roughly 15% of its global revenue was generated from the China market. And the electric vehicles people drive every day, many are already equipped with its battery cooling technology.
We believe the China market is a very good opportunity for us. We see growth coming back in the second semester for us in China. And we have the opportunity to sell so many great technologies in China with our Chinese customers. Like 63% of our orders last year were with Chinese OEMs. And we are here because we are super committed to China as the market.
Figures speak for themselves, and this is far from an isolated case. From manufacturing floors to R&D hubs, global suppliers are steadily deepening their footprint in China. Aptiv, for instance, has operated in China for more than 30 years. Its technologies spanning safety systems to intelligent vehicle platforms are widely integrated across the market. By 2025, the 20 best-selling models in China are equipped with its products.
So we've always been here for the China market. Obviously, this is the largest market. It's the fastest growing from a technology standpoint. To be relevant, you need to continue to increasingly localize our engineering capabilities, our supply chains, and that's just something that we keep doing to be, to be resilient and to be relevant in the market.
As global players deepen their presence in China, Chinese innovation is simultaneously expanding onto the world stage, shifting from technology adopters to solution providers. Chinese smart driving companies are emerging as a new force within the industry. Qcraft, shaped by China's complex and demanding road conditions, is now extending its reach into markets such as Europe and the Middle East.
Many new technologies and products are first introduced and scaled in China, and that's also helped us grow very quickly. Going forward, we want to better connect China with the rest of the world, so that global consumers can benefit from more convenient and advanced solutions, and the whole industry can move forward.
At this auto show, the depth of an interconnected supply chain comes sharply into view. It also reveals a broader dynamic, a two-way flow of integration between China and the global automotive industry.
So, where is the auto industry heading? Maybe the answer is right here in every car on display, built from across the world, connected, collaborative, and moving forward. When all the pieces come together, it's more than just a car. It's the shared future on four wheels. Sun Tianyuan, CGTN, Beijing.
The automotive industry is changing rapidly. Chinese car brands have evolved into tech powerhouses, both competing and cooperating with global rivals. People from around the world choose Chinese brands or international ones. Our reporter Wang Tianyu finds out at this year's Beijing Auto Show.
Before, Chinese brands was like cheap brands. Now Chinese brand is the technologic brands.
This is Beijing Auto Show, where the world's biggest car makers are going head to head. Today I got a simple question. Chinese or international? Which would you choose?
I would have to look very much into details.
Chinese brands are 10 years ahead of all the other
Italian brands are still making people dream.
In the era of new energy vehicles, Chinese automakers have risen rapidly. From smart driving to battery tech, they become serious global contenders.
So nowadays, Chinese one has come up too.
Everybody is catching up with the China speed.
But international brands, from legacy automakers to EV pioneers, still hold their ground.
At first glance, it looks like a clear-cut competition, but look a little closer, those lines begin to blur.
Now, it's a global. Engineers are working for different brands. They make the same study.
Take Tesla in China, for example. Around 95% of its components come from local suppliers. Volkswagen is partnering with Chinese tech companies to accelerate its smart vehicle strategy. Stellantis is helping Chinese EV makers like Leapmotor expand into overseas markets. And some models developed in China are now being exported globally.
So, what did that mean?
The reality is, Chinese and international are no longer easy to define. Behind the competition is deep collaboration. Technology, capital, and supply chains are more intertwined than ever.
Last year, 63% of the orders that we had in China were with the Chinese OEMs.
With Chinese customers, but also with French customers, some friends on South America. So I think Maxus, it's a global brand.
Slowly, automatically it will come to a normal one day.
So next time you are choosing a car, maybe the better question isn't Chinese or international, but simply,
which one is right for you?
Wang Tianyu, CGTN, Beijing.
For more insight, let me bring in Mr. Andy Mock, author of The Innovation Machine. Great to see you. This year's Beijing Auto Show showcases the entire automotive industry chain in one place. How does this platform help boost communication and cooperation between Chinese and foreign automakers, especially in intelligent connectivity and new energy vehicles?
Well, thanks for having me on, Qiuyan. What I think we're seeing here in terms of this gathering of automakers, component makers, technology suppliers from all around the world really is much deeper communication. But it also, I think, represents an inversion of how the global automotive industry was structured. So in the early days of reform in China, it was China exchanging market access for technology and expertise. And now we see global automakers like Volkswagen, like Cadillac, coming to China to manufacture in China for China by taking advantage of the Chinese technology stack. And I think that's a very, very significant development that everyone has been talking about. And maybe even more interestingly, another development is not just on the product side, but Chinese automakers are also learning to sell personalities and not just products. So we've seen Lei Jun, Wang Chunfu, He Xiaopeng, all these heads of leading, pioneering, cutting edge Chinese automakers, making sure that they connect at a personal level with consumers as well as suppliers and dealers all around the world. And I think that is also absolutely crucial for deeper and more effective communication.
Absolutely. And with so many multinational automakers and overseas dealers gather here in Beijing, how do you think this accelerates the deep integration of China's automotive technology into the global supply chain and raise the international competitiveness as the entire country?
Yeah, well, we can talk about China integrating into the global supply chain, but increasingly it is China becoming the global supply chain. And I think this is a win for auto companies around the world, certainly dealers and consumers as well, because what we see is also at the component level, tremendous advances in technology, in greater cost competitiveness, greater time to market. And I think what this allows is the entire industry to benefit, providing greater access to consumers around the world. If we're coming from a place like North America, Western Europe, we're used to everyone having cars, but there's still many people around the world in the global South who have not had that opportunity or that privilege yet. And I think what's happening in China with the supply chain is going to be an increasingly important part of that as well.
Andy, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. I really appreciate your analysis, Mr. Andy Mock, live for us there. U.S. YouTuber Ethan Robertson is among the thousands attending the Beijing Auto Show. And through his channel, Wheels Boy, overseas audiences have come to know Chinese cars. He spoke to CGTN about the state of China's auto industry and why he believes Chinese EVs will eventually reach his home country.
So I would say that right now the Chinese automotive industry is undergoing a pretty remarkable rise, not just in China, but actually globally. So obviously we've seen what's happened within the Chinese market where they've taken over so much market share from foreign brands. And now we're seeing that start to happen in certain markets abroad. And I don't see that changing. I see that trend only increasing in speed. I think there are a lot of factors involved with the rise of the Chinese automotive industry. I honestly think that government policy was a big part of that. I feel as though that the Chinese industry and the Chinese government had the foresight to say, look, we can't compete with companies in terms of ICE or internal combustion engine technology when those companies have internal combustion engine cars since the 19th century. So instead, they decided that we're just going to leapfrog them and we're going to focus on what we think is the next step, which was EVs and hybrids. So by putting their focus on the step that came next, they were ahead of everybody else. There's also the fact that there's just been so much attention and innovation here in the Chinese car market, so much money that's come into it that's resulted in incredible competition. So you have so many brands, and when so many brands are fighting it out to get customers, you're going to get a lot of innovation. So this is something that I definitely encounter when talking about Chinese cars to a global audience. There are those people who still believe that China isn't capable of being the first to do anything. They have to just copy somebody else. And I would say that, look, we're talking about these different brands. There are definitely still companies that are making designs that are very similar, just as an example, to foreign models. And I try to call that out in my reviews and be objective about that. But I think it's simply false to say that China is incapable of creating genuine innovation and being the first to do anything. Though I do think that because China's manufacturing capabilities are so incredible at this point, maybe they grab onto innovation and then they iterate it and improve it much faster than almost any other country can. So I think that there are going to be markets where Chinese brands are going to struggle, obviously because of the political dimensions of the US-Chinese relationship. That's going to be very tough to be able to get into that market. I still think they will. I think it's an inevitability, honestly. And so as the United States is now sandwiched by Canada, which has Chinese cars, or will have them soon, and Mexico, which has an increasing number of Chinese cars, more and more Americans are going to be exposed to them, and they're just going to keep asking themselves, why can't I buy this car? It seems very high value and nice, not at all like I thought that they would be, based on my stereotypes about Chinese products.
The Hormuz port in Xinjiang, the largest land port for automobile exports in China, achieved a historic high in the first quarter of this year. The 5,000 commercial vehicles, a 13% year-on-year increase, with nearly 1,000 vehicles passing through daily to countries such as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. This has become the main driver of this surge. And to sustain the momentum, Hormuz Customs has implemented around-the-clock clearance, optimized inspection procedures, and strengthened cross-border cooperation.
We promote fast clearance for self-driving export vehicles. We also guide companies to use freight trains and cage trucks. These options speed up exports of Chinese-made vehicles.
In the first quarter, we exported over 900 vehicles. The trade value reached 197 million yuan. Orders grew 21.3% from last year. Besides Central Asia, we have also entered the Russian market. The growth potential is huge.
And still ahead on China 24. We traveled to a village in southwest China's Chongqing to see how technology is powering the rapid development of a once impoverished region. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
You might think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations and peoples are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN, see the difference.
Were you worried about your life at that particular time? Not at all.
Excellency, thank you very much for the meeting. What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
Welcome back. Across China, formerly impoverished counties have developed industries tailored to local strength. Rural incomes in these areas have risen faster than the national average for 5 consecutive years. Our reporter Huang Yue travels to a village in southwest China's Chongqing to find out how technology is powering the next chapter.
It's harvest season in Fuchang village, southwest China's Chongqing municipality. Mandarins ripen across thousands of hectares. The fruit hangs heavy on the branches, perfuming the air. 70-year-old Chen Guoxiu has spent most of her life in these orchards. Since the 1960s, these golden fruits have become a source of steady income for thousands of villagers here.
In the early years, when guests came to our home, we would rather serve them eggs than mandarins. The fruit was for selling.
The region's soil, hilly terrain, and favorable climate produce a fruit that's sweet and juicy. But they also make farming and transport physically demanding.
In the past, we had to climb the hills before dawn. By the time we filled a basket and carried it down, the sun had just risen.
For experienced growers like Chen, carrying a full crate down the hillside once took nearly an hour.
Okay, now I've got a full crate of mandarin oranges. It's quite heavy, about 20 kilograms. And since we're halfway up the hillside, how can I get them down on my back? No, I've got some help.
Drones now transport the fruit from hills about 500 meters high to processing facilities below. The trip takes just 2 minutes, and the cost only half a US cent per kilogram. But drone delivery is only part of the industry's upgrade. At the foot of the hill, the mandarins move swiftly onto automated conveyor belts for washing, sorting, and waxing. Pre-cooled containers stand ready at 0 degrees Celsius. In less than 1 hour, these fruits freshly picked from China's southwestern hills begin their journey overseas. President Xi Jinping has emphasized developing what China calls new quality productive forces in agriculture. In practical terms, using technology, better management, and higher value-added production to upgrade traditional farming. In places like Fuchang Village, that means combined experience in orchards with smart systems, faster logistics, and access to global markets. From baskets on the back to drones in the sky, the mandarins road down the hills now stretches far beyond. Huang Yue, CGTN, Chongqing.
In February 2021, China declared a comprehensive victory in its battle against poverty. 5 years on, China has been consolidating these efforts. CGTN spoke with Professor Robert Walker, a British scholar appointed member of the Order of the British Empire by the late Queen Elizabeth II for his work on poverty, social security, and welfare. He has been studying China's poverty eradication efforts and its success.
Because China was successful in terms of growing its economy, everybody benefited. There is still a lesson there, which says, when I first came to China, we were wondering what China would do when it eradicated poverty. What political language would it use? And there were a group of people arguing at that time that China should follow other countries and move towards a measure of relative poverty, which is really a measure of inequality in the distribution of income. It's looking at the bottom part of that income distribution. China didn't follow other countries. China kept its focus on basic rural income, but it's used other mechanisms. So it's thinking about its social assistance levels. Cities and provinces set basic floors that enable to, as it were, open the door to state resources. If your income is below a particular threshold, then you can access certain resources. So it's operating in that way. And we've also talked about this common prosperity, this notion of changing the income distribution, of building a bigger middle class. Those people who are on $8.3 a day and more would fit into that sort of category.
And with that, we'll come to the end of this edition of China 24. As always, we'll welcome your thoughts and comments. Reach us at china24@cgtn.com. We now want to leave you with the natural beauty of southeastern China's Fujian province. I'm Li Qiuyan in Beijing. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great one. Coming up next is the Global Business with Michael Wang. Stay tuned.
Coming up here on Global Business, credit ratings agency Moody's upgrades China's outlook to stable, citing a resilient economy and fiscal strength. China kicks off its 2026 May Day Tourism Week today, rolling out nearly 14,000 events and over $40 million in vouchers to spur holiday spending. And we're at the Beijing Auto Show, where global automakers tell us they're investing deeper in China as Chinese automotive technology speeds into the future. And welcome everyone to Global Business here on CGTN. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. Well, first up, China's finance ministry has welcomed a decision by global ratings agency Moody's to affirm the country's sovereign credit rating at A1 and revise the outlook to stable. The ministry said the move recognizes the resilience of China's macroeconomy and fiscal strength despite external shocks. The ministry noted China's GDP grew 5% in the first quarter of this year, beating expectations and marking a solid start to the 15th five-year plan. And the government has pledged to deepen reforms, boost fiscal sustainability, and nurture new quality productive forces to anchor long-term stability. Meanwhile, China's industrial profits saw a big jump in the first quarter, with high-tech manufacturing sector rising more than 47%. The total profits of scale industrial enterprises reached nearly 1.7 trillion yuan. That's up 15.5% year on year. In March alone, profits jumped 15.8%. Equipment manufacturing saw profits rise 21%. The electronics industry posted profit growth of more than 124%. That's thanks to better production and rising prices. The rapid development of AI and semiconductor-related industries has also driven strong gains elsewhere. Fiber optic manufacturing saw profits surge nearly 340%, while optoelectronic device manufacturing and display device manufacturing both increased significantly. And China is quickly blending high-end manufacturing with modern services. Digitalization and AI are playing an increasingly important role in supporting the real economy. In the first quarter of this year alone, foreign investment in high-tech services, especially research and design, jumped more than 127%. A clear sign is growing appeal to global companies. Multinationals now see China as an innovation hub, creating products here for the world. By March, Beijing was home to over 330 foreign R&D centers, adding 55 just this year alone. Shanghai hosts nearly 650 centers, with 15 new ones already set in 2026. Well, retail sales here in China recorded an increase of 2.4% from a year ago in the first quarter of 2026. The momentum has pushed global retail giants to expand their offerings to Chinese consumers. Our Chen Tong spoke to Mark Israel, who heads the outlet chain Bicester Village here in China.
Over here, a little further along, we see a first flagship. Up here, we see a first off-price store in China. Again, first off-price stores in the sports category.
We met Mark Israel in Suzhou, not far from Shanghai. This is the Bicester Collection's largest outlet village in the world. This month, the village launched.
So we have about 30 shops that are the first in just this new phase.
30 shops. How many stores in total do you have in this?
We have about 265 boutiques and restaurants.
So over half of the shops here are first shops. Right. In this newly opened phase, over 30 stores are defined as first shops. Among them, 9 are first outlet shops in China, 22 are first shops or first outlet shops in Jiangsu province. The expansion is driven by Bicester's outstanding performance in recent years. The village achieved the record-breaking sales of the New Year holiday.
While some areas of the market are declining, we're actually growing faster than we were at any time since before COVID.
But does the expansion in an outlet village that offers discounts at all times means people are cutting their consumption budget?
I don't think so. It's segmenting more. So you have people, I think all people at times can be driven just by price and convenience, particularly if we think of sports, active lifestyle, healthy lifestyle kinds of things. People are more focused on that. They're willing to spend for the best when it comes to that category. I don't see any fundamental change in that.
National data supports what Mark said. China has over 200 outlets nationwide. Sales in these outlets jumped by over 12% in 2025, and visitor flow jumped by over 15%. And if you look at retail sales overall, they jumped by 3.8% in the same period. Mark has been living in China since 2013. When I asked him about the biggest change he has witnessed in China's consumer behaviors, he said one thing has always remained strong: Chinese people's willingness to consume.
They're not afraid to spend money, but they want to make sure they're getting value for the money, and they want to make sure they're getting value for the time that they're investing in order to spend their money.
I first thought the robust growth of outlet villages in China might signal that Chinese consumers are tightening their budgets and opting for cheaper goods. But Mark has pointed out that Chinese consumers have always been drawn to great value deals, and that booming outlet sales actually also reflect an expanding consumption sector. Are Chinese people shopping less? Based on this example, I'd say the answer is no. Chen Tong, CGTN Suzhou, Jiangsu Province.
And China is kicking off its National Culture and Tourism Consumption Week for the May Day holiday, aiming to boost spending during the travel season. Approximately 13,700 cultural and tourism events will be held across the country, with authorities issuing over 284 million yuan, or over $40 million when it comes to consumer vouchers. The campaign, running from late April through the holiday break, features spring flower viewing routes, family activities, and study tours. A national flower viewing travel map and self-drive discounts were also released. In addition, China will stage over 30,000 performances during the holiday, with ticketing platforms offering travel and show packages to boost spending. Well, hundreds of thousands of overseas buyers have flocked to Guangzhou in southern China for the second phase of this year's Canton Fair. After placing orders at the trade fair, many have now switched to tourist mode, spending generously on sightseeing and personal shopping.
These tour buses parking at the foot of Canton Tower, a must-see landmark in Guangzhou, are carrying not just regular foreign tourists, but registered Canton Fair buyers from Latin America.
And I'm here with a group of 167 people. They are from 12 countries in South America. Not only do the business, we do 5 days Canton Fair and then 2 days going around and seeing the city, the food.
To better host these overseas buyers, the Canton Tower has equipped more staff with translation gadgets and put on some art shows in the building.
We planned a future-themed concert with robots playing the keyboards.
I love the lights of the city. I love the river with the ships. I didn't expect that this city was so modern.
At certain local malls, the Canton Fair buyers are offered extra discounts on apparels, home appliances, and beauty products.
Adidas is a German brand, but this is the Adidas outlet, so the products are cheaper here.
Many malls have hired more bilingual sales assistants and streamlined the departure tax refund process during Canton Fair to better serve foreign customers.
And up next here on Global Business. The U.S. Federal Reserve is expected to hold interest rates steady this week as investors await the Fed's take on Middle East tensions.
A vast land of 1.4 billion people. The world's second largest economy. Home to stories of the unexpected, the unimaginable, the breathtaking. Stories that touch the soul. Feel the speed, the passion. Enjoy spectacular natural and cultural landscapes. Feel the thrill of cutting-edge innovations. Discovering China. Global Biz. China Travel. We present a China never seen before. 24/7 at your fingertips. Starting on November 6th, 2025.
All right, moving on now to some other headlines from around the world. The U.S. Federal Reserve is widely expected to keep interest rates unchanged at its upcoming policy meeting as energy prices do remain high due to the ongoing conflict with Iran. The meeting may also mark Chairman Jerome Powell's final session as head of the central bank. Oil prices continue to rise on Monday after peace talks between the U.S. and Iran stalled. Shipments through the Strait of Hormuz do remain limited, further tightening global supply. And China's Ministry of Commerce stated on Monday that the EU's Industrial Accelerate Act creates serious investment barriers and institutional discrimination. The ministry urged the EU to remove the relevant provisions from the legislation and called for dialogue. It also vowed to take countermeasures if the act harms the interests of Chinese companies. Well, China is rapidly expanding its footprint when it comes to global aviation, moving beyond manufacturing into advanced technologies and international partnerships. Aero Friedrichshafen, taking place over in southern Germany, is a great opportunity for Chinese companies to showcase their latest and greatest when it comes to global aviation. Our Natalie Carney reports from the just concluded Aero Show.
It's a record year for Aero Friedrichshafen, with 860 exhibitors from 50 different countries. And for the Chinese companies here, it's a terrific opportunity to spread their wings across Europe.
We have a growing number of Chinese exhibitors individually across the entire venue with own stands, but also for the very first time with the China Innovation Pavilion. They do
electric propulsion system, which is an electrified upgrade based on the traditional gas turbine engine, but it's further improving the efficiency and reducing the carbon emission and lowering the operation costs.
With aviation batteries not yet viable for long-range, high-payload aircraft, Shangxi Aerospace sees hybrid as the future for now. China is encouraging aviation innovation, especially in the low-altitude economy below 1,000 meters, by easing regulations and investing in infrastructure. Shenzhen Sky eVTOL says this gives them a clear advantage.
We have the very good experience and very good supply chain in China. And also we have very good application scenarios in China. We can do a lot of tests in order to accumulate the data and improve our technologies very rapidly.
At the same time, there's still much to learn from the mature European market.
In Europe, it has the most highest standard in the world. So we are here also to learn the information about the European market and to adapt ourselves to fit this market.
These companies reflect a broader Chinese strategy, not just to compete, but to collaborate, seeking investment, certification, and global reach.
The race for the skies is global, and Chinese companies are putting their mark on the future of aviation, not only with innovative technologies, but also through investing in established global aviation brands.
Such as Austria's Diamond Aircraft Industries, known for composite light aircrafts, which was acquired by China's Wongfeng Group in 2017. And US-based Cirrus was bought by China Aviation Industry General Aircraft in 2011. In its 32nd year, Aero Friedrichshafen wraps up on Saturday, but will take off again in Zhuhai, China, where Aero Asia will take place in November of next year. Natalie Carney, CGTN, Friedrichshafen.
Now, with the U.S.-Iran war dragging on and the Strait of Hormuz remaining volatile, European companies, especially those in energy-intensive industries, are scrambling for solutions to rising energy prices and supply chain risks. Now, this pressure is on full display at the Hannover Messe.
Europe's energy-intensive industries are under growing strain. Persistently high electricity prices are forcing companies to scale back production or delay investment, resulting in lasting damage to the region's industrial base.
The war in Iran and the current conflict in the Strait of Hormuz make one thing all too clear. All of us here are feeling the impact on supply chains or on energy supplies, some sooner, others later.
High energy prices remain a defining concern for manufacturers attending Hannover Messe, especially German, Italian and British companies that heavily rely on electricity generated from natural gas, which has seen disrupted shipments. While some are fighting to stay afloat, others are looking to new opportunities.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed, so we do not get energy from Qatar, LNG from the United States, but some problems with the United States too at the moment. So the world is not as stable as in the years before, and people are watching for solutions. And so we definitively see growing requests for our technology also.
Klaus Schirmer's company develops energy systems that convert surplus solar power into synthetic methane, technology aimed at maximizing independence from volatile energy markets. Meanwhile, other companies at the Hanover Trade Fair are focusing on the software side of energy efficiency.
Basically, our solution is focused on the development of energy management software. So we are receiving more requests from our customers, and they want to reduce energy costs. They need to have solutions, otherwise they cannot produce because the energy is too high, the price of the energy is too high.
Some of the showcasing energy management companies report receiving up to 40% more customer requests during the latest energy crises, a surge that is likely to continue if tensions among parties in the Strait of Hormuz remain unresolved. Johannes Bleschberger, CGTN, Hanover, Germany.
It's still to come here on Global Business. We are at the Beijing Auto Show, where global automakers tell us they are investing deeper in China. That's as Chinese automotive technology speeds into the future.
The world economy as we know it is about to change. Global Business reports highlight emerging markets, developing countries, and dynamic sectors worldwide. We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business. From an on-the-ground perspective, we provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast, sharp, and insightful. Global Business, only on CGTN.
Well, the global auto industry is evolving rapidly, and Beijing has become a focal point for that transformation. At this year's Beijing International Auto Show, companies from across the entire value chain are coming together not only to showcase new products, but also to help shape the industry's next phase. Our Sun Tianyuan is there.
Different languages, different faces, people from around the world all converging at the Beijing International Auto Show.
I'm a big fan of cars and biggest motor show in the world, so I have to be here.
This really feels like a carnival for car enthusiasts. Just look at the crowd. And here's one quick tip for first-timers: bring the power bank and definitely wear comfortable shoes.
For some, it's a long journey, almost a pilgrimage.
I come from a country, Argentina, where Chinese cars have gone from being 2 to 3% of the market to being over 10% of the market in the span of 2 years. So, it's very important to know what's going on.
Yay! Some are here for the brawl of the engine.
I'm used to combustion cars. I love the smell. I love the sound. I love the feeling. But electric cars are very cool too.
And many are here for what's next.
I'm overwhelmed with how many technologies there are and how many new concepts and innovative fields that are presented here.
Beyond the buzz, a deeper transformation is underway. From intelligent driving systems to low-carbon technologies, innovation is accelerating at pace. Behind it all is a globally interconnected supply chain, working in concert.
A single car, from hardware to software, from algorithm to systems, often bring together technologies from different parts of the world. And China has become a key hub for many of these trends to come together, which explains why many global suppliers continue to invest here.
At a time when decoupling rhetoric dominates headlines, this auto show presents a contrasting narrative. International companies are not retreating, they are actively engaging. And China's scale and pace continue to underpin that confidence. Take value as an example. Last year, roughly 15% of its global revenue was generated from the China market. And the electric vehicles people drive every day, many are already equipped with its battery cooling technology.
We believe the China market is very good opportunity for us. We see growth coming back in the second semester for us in China. And we have the opportunity to sell so many great technologies in China with our Chinese customers. Like 63% of our orders last year were with Chinese OEMs. And we are here because we are super committed to China as the market.
The figures speak for themselves, and this is far from an isolated case. From manufacturing floors to R&D hubs, global suppliers are steadily deepening their footprint in China. Aptiv, for instance, operated in China for more than 30 years. Its technologies spanning safety systems to intelligent vehicle platforms are widely integrated across the market. By 2025, all of the 20 best-selling models in China are equipped with its products.
So we've always been here for the China market. Obviously, this is the largest market. It's the fastest growing from a technology standpoint. To be relevant, you need to continue to increasingly localize our engineering capabilities, our supply chains. And that's just something that we keep doing to be, to be resilient and to be relevant in the market.
As global players deepen their presence in China, Chinese innovation is simultaneously expanding onto the world stage, shifting from technology adopters to solution providers. Chinese smart driving companies are emerging as a new force within the industry. Qcraft, shaped by China's complex and demanding road conditions, is now extending its reach into markets such as Europe and the Middle East.
Many new technologies and products are first introduced and scaled in China, and that's also helped us grow very quickly. Going forward, we want to better connect China with the rest of the world, so that global consumers can benefit from more convenient and advanced solutions, and the whole industry can move forward together.
At this auto show, the depth of an interconnected supply chain comes sharply into view. It also reveals a broader dynamic, a two-way flow of integration between China and the global automotive industry.
So, where is the auto industry heading? Maybe the answer is right here in every car on display. Built from across the world, connected, collaborative, and moving forward. When all the pieces come together, it's more than just a car. It's the shared future on four wheels. Sun Tianyuan, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, international luxury car brands are facing a cooling market here in China. German luxury car company Porsche is facing mounting pressure as sales declined in the past 4 years. Yet the brand insists it is staying the course, long-term, value-driven strategy. Our reporter Wang Tianyu spoke with Alex Polich, president and CEO of Porsche China, to hear how the company plans to navigate the challenges ahead.
We know that Porsche's sales in China have been declining for the past several years. In 2025, it has declined for like 26%, if I remember correctly. Yes. So do you worry that the shrinking market will erode your brand's culture in China?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the market is difficult. You know, we have seen quite a bit of a transition. It affects the entire market, but also the luxury segment, so that's clear. But Porsche's strategy is value over volume. So we're not chasing the units. What we want to make sure is that we have a strong brand that people really aspire for. That you see here on our booth, it's not only, let's say, new cars, we also have our race cars here to really show that we have a heritage. We come from the motorsport. So we are leveraging the strength of our brand. We want to keep it desirable. And so I'm looking not so much on the short-term sales volume. We're here for the long run. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is a 24 hours race like in Le Mans. And, you have good times, you have challenging times, but at the end of the day, it's very important that you stay true to the essence of the brand.
I saw your recent campaign. We do everything wrong. Given the fact that Porsche's sales in China is declining, some people may take that slogan.
Always do it the Porsche way. We look at the mainstream, then we decide what is best for us and what is best for our customers. So the Porsche philosophy has always been form follows function and try to achieve more with less. Give you a couple of examples. Everybody puts the engine in the front, but we in the 911 put the engine in the back because it's better for the weight distribution. And then also our ignition is always on the left side. So it's more about these things, that we do things wrong in the sense of we do unconventional things. And then the other thing, people might think, okay, sales are down, budgets are down, so no more focusing on the brand. But we have invested heavily in promoting. We've opened the Porsche Clubhouse in Shenzhen. We had a very successful brand pop-up. We're going to come to Beijing with that, and we are doubling down on also providing unforgettable driving experiences.
So what do you think is Porsche's absolute advantage in this market?
Yeah, and it's a very competitive market. It's a very innovative market, probably the leading market in the world. We believe that the competition will stay very intensive. And what we do is basically two things. So first and foremost, we of course respect the needs of the Chinese customers. They are different. They have very high demands, so we cater to them. So in the summer, we are going to launch a China-exclusive infotainment system, which will really provide all the features that people want, but the Porsche way. So really focusing on things that you really need. We're listening, we're adapting, but we want to also, by the same token, stay true to our brand, because if we dilute the brand, I think we will also have big problems here.
And with that, we're going to wrap up this edition of Global Business. You can always follow us on social media platforms, including on Facebook, X, and YouTube. The show is also available on major podcast platforms. Simply search for Global Business to listen on your favorite podcast app. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again next time.
What has gone wrong in America? The White House Correspondents' Dinner descended into chaos on Saturday after, armed with multiple guns and knives, charged past security in an apparent attempt to reach U.S. President Donald Trump. Shots were fired, and the president, his wife, and vice president, as well as other high-ranking cabinet members and lawmakers, were quickly evacuated. Journalists on site described the scene as total panic and pandemonium. Although President Trump praised the security staff for doing a great job, it has raised serious questions about the president's security detail. But the larger question remains on the motivations of the suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher from California. If established, Allen was indeed targeting the president, this would be at least the third attempt on Trump's life in the past couple of years. What were Allen's intentions? What's fueling this apparent new normal of political violence in America, and what may be the knock-on effects for the wider world? This special edition of The Point with me, Li Xin, an opinion show coming to you live from Beijing. Joining us to unpack all the latest developments on this, I'm pleased to be joined from Beijing by Professor David Moser in the International Culture Institute at Capital Normal University, and here in the studio, Ina Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Governance Innovation, and also in the studio, Rong Ying, Senior Research Fellow of the China Institute of International Studies. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. First of all, let's look at the potential intentions of the suspect, Cole Thomas Allen. Now, what we know is that he is a 31 teacher from Southern California. As I said, he is also an amateur video developer. He graduated from California Institute of Technology in 2017 with a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering and received a master degree in computer science from California State University, Dominguez Hills last year. He donated to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign in 2024. So, Ina, let me go to you first. What do we know about Allen so far?
Well, he's a school teacher. He was a teacher of the year, or voted teacher of the year. He just recently graduated from his master's program at Dominguez in 2025. But, you know, what you have to do is start looking at the similarities and differences. Now, there have been 3 attempts on Donald Trump's life. All of them were white men. One very young, this one in kind of mid-20s, and then somebody who was in their upper 50s, almost 60 years old. None of them were migrants. None of them were minorities. This one had credentials. Getting a master's from Dominguez is not easy. Caltech is not easy. There's somebody, but he's been described as very focused, very technical, and he had his own kind of reasons for this. He did post some sort of manifesto, and we'll have to see what it says.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we did, find more information about the writings he did after staying in the hotel, actually, and he sent the so-called manifesto to his friends, which prompted some of them to alert the police. And in that writing, he did not mention the dinner, nor did he name the president directly, but he called himself a friendly federal assassin, and he was listing his targets. He was listing his targets from according to their rank. So I want to go online to Professor David Moser. What do you see in this person, and what are you gathering from the writing he has shared with his family moments before he stormed security?
Yes, it's a bit disturbing that some of the assassins, or would-be assassins that Ina just mentioned, were sort of loners, didn't have much of a social life. This is someone who had a background. He was well-educated, and he seemed to have a circle of friends and educated people that would say that he wouldn't go down this dark road. The manifesto that his family received said that they thought that he had gone over the edge. He had broken his mental facilities that had been broken. I think that for me, I'm thinking no matter how well educated he is, he's obviously spending a lot of time on social media, which is very toxic and poisonous. And even though he had a social life, he obviously became highly politicized, and began to have delusions of grandeur that he could actually go out and change this situation that it made him so angry and frustrated. So for me, I think I would lay it on the incredibly polarized atmosphere of the United States, and the fact that everyone is susceptible to it. If you spend all day long watching social media, it changes your brain, and people get into loose cannons.
Mr. Rong Ying, what notice that's particularly concerning, both from his career, that he was even a model teacher of the sudden he has decided to go down this very radicalized and extreme path. What has caught your attention here?
Indeed, I think, let me first of all, condemn this development. I think very much disturbing. Any forms of violence should be condemned. Fortunately, I think, nothing serious has been happened. For Chinese viewers, for me in particular, the question is why? Yeah, given the fact that he is well-educated and middle class, if I can say, and it seems that it's very much related so far. From the press reports in the United States, it related political. So political motivation or the motive is very much an issue. And also, I think for Chinese viewers is the question of the gun culture, the gun violence. He acquired, according to press reports, legally his sort of guns, shotguns, and it seems I did not run into many difficulties of carrying these weapons, guns, by train. And Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. is far different. Traveled, and without difficulties in getting in Washington, Hilton. And it's such a, without difficulty. And he also, I think, marked the security sort of things. And also, last but not least, I think the way that the press, in general, I think the press report that condemned that violence, but there are also on social media conspiracy theories about the motivations or what organizations behind the reason that. So there are many questions, and of course, it's all related to the political violence targeting mostly, I think, President Trump. And historically, you look at the American president in recent decades, starting from, I think for Chinese, we all remember JFK, Kennedy, the assassination, and also the files, which I think also, by the way, President Trump has pushed for release. And also, I think the same venue where President Reagan was suffered attempted assassination back in 1981. So it's very much
But the fundamental question a lot of people are asking, and you hear, for instance, Alan mentioning not the president in his writing, but for twice he was alluding to a pedophile, rapist, and traitor. I know from what you can gather now, what exactly is the goal here?
For this gentleman, he thought he was standing up. I mean, you have to remember, America was a revolutionary country. It threw off, this idea of having a king. He was attended the No Kings rally, at least one of them on record. He did give $25 to Kamala Harris, but that was before. I think there's a large group of people in the United States who are hurting. And there's this victimization narrative, which is uppermost. Ironically, with Donald Trump, he's always complaining that he's getting a bad deal, and people aren't going along with him. Even using this date or a personal tragedy for this young man to try to push for this ballroom that is bound up in legal affairs. But this goes to a much deeper issue in the United States. President Trump has pushed gun ownership. He says it should be free. You should be able to go where you want. Quite frankly, he didn't need to take a train. All you have to do is check your guns in your luggage. You can't carry it on the plane, but you can put it in your luggage and you can carry it. Lots of guns go through airports every single day in the United States, so it's not unusual. He didn't have a record, so he could easily get these weapons. They didn't check his mental health. There was no reason to. So, when you have a gun culture and you have a victimization culture, it can lead to conspiracies, and then people get, they go down this rabbit hole, as my colleague said, on social media, which kind of amplifies all their fears. And this is a real danger, not just to America, but to any society.
Professor Moser, what is your take on the ultimate goal of this attacker, and what wider or deeper social problem is it revealing? Exactly what is the cause, the fundamental cause of what we're seeing here? Apparently a surge of political violence. Would you agree?
Yes, certainly political divisiveness, which as it increases can lead to violence. I've been in the U.S. Or I've been a U.S. citizen since I was born, and I've seen political divisiveness all throughout my youth and up till now. But I've never seen it at such a level that it is now. I think that in a certain sense, President Trump, although he was very sort of accommodating, talking about lowering the level of violence on each the other night, I think he has something to be criticized here. He's being a bit hypocritical. He is a president who has continually attacked freedom of speech, calling for the firing of news hosts, stand-up comedians, reporters, commentators, or anyone who dared to criticize him. And even just today, I saw clips of an interview just the day after, and the moderator, the host, read part of the sort of manifesto that called him a rapist and a traitor. And he called the journalist. He said she was disgraceful, unpatriotic, and she should be ashamed of herself. But Trump continues this divisiveness, continues to exacerbate this sort of political fight that we're going on between the left and the right. We're getting more in siloed media, where the left will only watch left-wing media and the right only watch right-wing media. Trump bears some responsibility for this, and he is making it worse. I'm not saying he deserves it, but we have to be clear that we have a very special president here who has only thrown gasoline on the fire. And we need to admit he has, if we're going to start lowering the temperature, we need to start with him.
Mr. Rong, what is your reaction? I mean, of course, the feud between the president and the press, the mainstream press in the United States. I actually also watched the interview that Professor Moser was talking about, and it is a very weird experience to watch that interview, because on the one hand, he was sitting down and trying to engage with the speaker with the interview. It was on CBS, but on the other hand, he was hacking and basically shaming the institution and the journalist itself. But on the other hand, some people would say, look, the mainstream press had been extremely critical of President Trump ever since the first term, before he, became president for the first time. And you really don't, where did things come to this far? Apparently, irreconcilable feud between the president and the press. How is that impacting the society?
Yeah, very much so. As far as I can see that even though I think the fact that he, for the first time, and the promise or the announcement that after that incident, he at the press briefing at the White House a few hours later, he promised it will do it again.
He will do the gala again.
Yeah, again. Yeah. But it helped, and he also, interestingly, talked about the importance or necessity of have a ballroom at the White House, which I think had difficulties, problems with preservation and whatever things. So it seems that definitely he has a very difficult sort of time or a relationship with the press in general, criticizing the press being biased. But I thought for observers, for people like I think myself and others, he is adopting a quite selective approach. So if there's any bias, as far as I can see, that he himself, President Trump, is as biased as, the alleged, the press. And the interview you mentioned with CBS is a telling example that while I think his original intention maybe try to present it in a way that he was calm, he was responding in a way that as supposed to be. But when the sensitive issue, literally, I think the interviewer was reading the message, but they say I shouldn't do that and that.
Quoting the pedophile, rapist, and traitor. I think that's what set it off.
So I thought that being very much counterproductive, and in a way, very much reflect the divisiveness of the society, which possibly lead to the political violence. If we are talking about background of the suspect, talking about his manifesto, and talk about, I think, what he wanted to do, despite the fact it seems that just a suicidal attempt. Yeah.
Aina, well, this manifesto is he didn't say it as a manifesto. It's what is described as a manifesto. Aina, how do you look at the intensity of the hate, the width of the divide between different political affiliations? It seems that people have given up on trying to protest, have their voices heard, or, try the power of persuasion. They have opted for physical destruction. And this is not the first time. As I said, 3 attempts targeting Trump himself. And then there are other political violence, for instance, at a congressional baseball practice, at a, Charlottesville church activity, and the assassination attempt against former speakers of U.S. state, and of course, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Is there a new normal of high intensity political hate and divide in the United States?
I think you're missing one important one, and that is what happened with Donald Trump incited a riot to prevent the orderly
of course, the
transition
congressional,
of power.
the Capitol Hill.
So you have to push all these things together. It's not just on one side. In fact, you had the largest demonstration in history, other than one other, I think, Black Lives Matter, of 8 million people who did this No Kings things. There are active protests. But let's delve a little deeper. In 1971, 61% of America was middle class. If you use the same metrics in 2024, it had gone down to 40%. Yes, there had been an increase in the upper middle class, but it didn't cover losses. America's hurting. Over 60% of the people are living paycheck to paycheck. They don't have $400 in case of an emergency. So this is a situation where Americans feel fragile. They voted for a candidate who said he was going to make sure there are no more wars, endless wars, costly wars, that he was going to pay attention to prices and, the American dream and creating more jobs. And unfortunately, none of that has come true. So you take this victimization narrative, which was on display, literally, when he, attacked this journalism. It's me, you're attacking me. It's all about me. And unfortunately, this leads to a situation which just exacerbates these feelings of polarization, of despair, and it won't end until America finds a leader who wants to pull America back together again.
David Moser joining us online. What do you see as the fundamental causes of the ills in American society? And what would be the turning point? Because this is the 3rd attempt, and President Trump, when he was addressing the press shortly after the incident, he struck a rather positive tone. He was saying that the fact that they just unified us in a room that was just totally unified, it was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. He also called on Americans to recommit with their hearts to resolving our differences peacefully. Do you think this incident will change things?
Well, obviously not, since on day 2, he was back to criticizing the media. And let's be clear, President Trump is very transactional. If you criticize him, then you're enemy number one. If you praise him, flatter him, then he loves you. And what happened with this particular White House Correspondents' Dinner was, in the past, he refused to take part or attend because one of the features of it is a stand-up comedian who will stand up and make fun of the president, make jokes about the president. It's a long tradition. Some people, Joe Wong, a Chinese comedian, who stood up in front of Vice President Biden then and poked fun at him, and Biden loved it. Trump is a totally different person. He hates any kind of criticism, even satire. And so that's why he attended this dinner, because they actually invited him as a sort of goodwill. Yeah, come and be with us, and we'll try to just focus the invitation, which caused his change in rhetoric. So, but the problem is now, I think for him, his problem is that he has made this a unitary president. He's made it a kingship. He doesn't cooperate with Congress. Doesn't gets permission with. He ignores Supreme Court and lower court mandates. So he has put himself as an emperor, or as the person who is the leader, one person leader of the United States of America. So it's not so amazing that all the attention is on him and not just the government in broadly speaking. Anything that goes wrong, such as this Iran fiasco, it's him taking all the credit, but now he has to take all the blame. And I think that's one of the reasons that maybe he's been attempts on his life have been so prevalent, because he himself has put a bullseye on his back, being the only one who seems to be in charge. Everyone else is just following sycophants that just follow his rule.
Mr. Rung, what do you think of what David just said? I think he has made a very interesting point, because everything is about him. He taking the credit, he claims wins. He is always on the media, always leading the media, leading the discussion. And now, people point their hatred or affection toward him as a person instead of the system or, the government. Do you think this is a reason why there's so much pointed, attention or hatred that we're seeing in the United States?
I think very much so, in a way that not only I think the president or presidency is supposed to exercise or demonstrate the leadership, and in a way that brings the divide and provide answers to the questions or challenges the United States has been facing politically, economically, and I think increasingly in the diplomatic front. And in the meantime, I think the way that President himself and President Trump, in claiming all the credit while shifting the blame to the others is something, of course, very much, I think, goes exactly the opposite. And furthermore, as I think United States is celebrating or commemorating the 250 years of its founding, big questions are asking that over the past 250 years, how much the United States has been losing in terms of not only domestically, but also in the world in showcasing or demonstrating how, as a young nation and in its short of period of time, to become a so-called leader of the world. But
time is very limited. I want to follow up on this, what you just said. How is this going to impact America's foreign policy and its role, its position in the wider world?
Well, I think the Chinese always say that if you want to do well, you influence the others, you have to do yourself. You put your house in order. So I think that is largely the reason, at least domestically, for the United States is now more losing sort of influence or the capability to influence what is happening. Not to mention the mistakes or the way that President Trump has been demonstrating inner capabilities or in unwillingness to face up the reality.
Aina, what is your take on the potential knock-on effect? First of all, on Trump's character, I don't know whether there will be any impact or his policies as a result of this. What do you think?
No, this is a welcome diversion, and I don't mean that he welcomes assassination attempts, but this has taken the Epstein files off the table. It's also put Iran in a second position, and questions about his family's wealth and how much it has increased during his first year, failed financial policies. He can now sit there and say, well, I'm a victim. People, hate me, and you should support me. So, but it doesn't have any effect whatsoever on the United States foreign policy. It will remain the same.
David, what is your take? Is this going to affect both, starting from the Trump administration itself, but also from the perception of America? Do you think anything will change as a result of this?
No, I don't think there's much hope for change right now, partially or mostly because of what I said. We have a president of the United States that is magnificently unfit for this office right now at this vantage point in New York, in the United States culture. I think that it looks bad from the outside world. Why are there so many guns? Why are there so many disenchanted people? I think that Trump himself is just inherently incapable of changing his rhetoric. And so I think, right now what's going to happen is the right-wing media, Fox News and others, are going to point to this and say, the Democrats are the party of violence and of political divisiveness. And then the left will keep saying the same thing, which is true, but we have a very divisive president. So I don't see any hope for this improving, precisely because really alleviated would be President Trump, and he's not the person that can even do that. He's a narcissist.
Oh, well, we don't someone who's a supporter of Trump to defend on his behalf for this discussion. So I do want to make that clear. If what you all have just said is correct, I want to leave the last question to you. What would it take for things to change course?
It takes a different kind of leader. You need somebody who has empathy. Donald Trump has displayed on many times that he doesn't. It needs somebody who recognizes the United States as the most powerful nation on earth, but it's one of many nations. And unfortunately, it's just not in his playbook. He's transactional.
Until his term runs out, do you think things will get worse in terms of the level of violence?
I do think so, because he's going to lose the midterms, and when that happens, he's going to retreat into a bunker mentality and try to use the office as an imperial presidency. This is going to result in a lot more people feeling that he's not representing America, people taking actions into their own hands. I do not approve of any violence, and neither does anybody I have met in China or abroad. But when you start a ball in motion, when you throw gasoline on fire, you cannot be surprised at what happens.
Thank you so much, the gentleman here, for sharing with us your precious insight. David Moser joining us online, Aina Tangen and Rong Ye in the studio. Thank you very much. And that's it for this edition of The Point with me, Liu Xin, coming to you from Beijing as usual. You can follow me on Facebook, X, and YouTube using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for watching. You've got the point.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Sally Baudet. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories. Peace will prevail in Iran. The message from Russian President Putin as he meets with the Iranian foreign minister. Israel launches fresh attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, a day after killing 14 people in the deadliest day of the ceasefire. The man accused of opening fire at a Washington press gala where officials say he may have been targeting President Trump is due in court. And with just a day to go until the World Championships, we explore how table tennis serves as a cultural bridge between China and the United Kingdom. Iran's foreign minister has held talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Putin said he hopes the Iranian people will weather what he described as a difficult period, adding that peace will prevail. Abbas Araghchi thanked him for Russia's support. Earlier, Araghchi blamed what he called excessive US demands for the failure of peace talks.
Developments have occurred in the negotiations. The Americans' approaches caused the previous rounds of talks, despite the progress that had been made, not to reach its objectives. The excessive demands they made and the incorrect approaches they adopted. It was necessary for us to have consultations with our friends in Pakistan to examine the latest situation.
Let's speak to Dasha Chernyshova, our correspondent in Moscow. Hello, Dasha. What more can you tell us about this meeting?
Well, the meeting is underway and the Russian president has started it saying that Russia will do everything it can in order to serve the people of Iran as well as the people of the region to bring peace to the Middle East. He has been stressing that the people of Iran are heroically fighting for their sovereignty, and he expressed hope that their challenges will come to an end as soon as possible. For Russia's part, we understand Moscow is ready to provide some sort of diplomacy and mediating efforts to try and broker a peace between the United States and Tehran. But also we understand that Tehran is highly valuing Russia's role here, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi thanking the Russian president for his support when it comes to the negotiations, when it comes to the support for the people, as well as Russia's efforts to try and broker peace on the Iranian nuclear program, referring obviously also to the effort that Russia has played forward during the 2015 JCPOA negotiations. And we know from the Iranian foreign minister that the two sides are constantly in contact. They have been checking clocks. So this round of negotiations in Russia's St. Petersburg is aiming at these two sides, trying to make sure they are well aware of where these negotiations process is going between Iran and the United States. And interestingly, on the sidelines, we are now getting some comments from the Russian media where the Iranian foreign minister was asked what he thinks of Donald Trump, US president, saying that he has won, and Araghchi he has replied, then why is the US asking for more negotiations, and stressed that the Iranian people are fighting against their major stated goals, and therefore the US is interested in negotiating.
Analyzed the global oil flows since February. Based on what we hear, nuclear negotiations get postponed and they would only come back. The earlier phases are actually implemented. Transit. Tehran is also demanding the United States lift its naval blockades on Iranian ports and binding security guarantees against future military aggression, plus potential war reparations. And honestly, those issues could end up being just as hard to resolve as the nuclear file ever was. The verification process, which could be both time-consuming and complicated. Just imagine that American nuclear inspectors would be permitted to visit any location in Iran at any time, which could potentially include inspections of military sites such as missile production facilities. These are conditions that Iran seems very unlikely to accept, Sally.
Well, thank you so much for that update. That's our correspondent, Ehsan Kevani, in Iran. He's coming to us from the city of Yazd. Well, Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari is on a state visit to China, marking 75 years of diplomatic ties between the two nations. I've been speaking to former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari about that visit, but I began by asking him about Islamabad's mediation efforts between Iran and the United States.
I think that diplomacy process and not an event. And as far as success is concerned, I think diplomacy has borne much fruit in terms of A, achieving the initial ceasefire, B, achieving the extension in the ceasefire, and 3, creating the space for a dialogue peace. And we're all hopeful that these talks, this diplomacy, is successful, because stability is not only in the interest of the United States and Iran, it's in the interest of the entire world.
Yeah, and speaking of the sort of regional effort, as you say, this is affecting everyone around the world. And we know that Iran has been speaking to regional partners over the weekend. We also know that at this moment, the president of Pakistan, your father, is in China, and of course, focusing on 75 years of diplomacy. How important is that relationship in terms of tackling current challenges?
As far as Pakistan and China's relationship is concerned, it exists outside of any immediate context. We have a long-standing, generational relationship. In fact, the president of Pakistan's current visits to China would, even in my own family, manifest a 3-generational relationship between the People's Republic of China and Pakistan. My grandfather, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, he was prime minister and president. Last international leader to have a meeting with Chairman Mao, my mother, former Prime Minister Shahid Mohtarma Benazir Bhutto, was consistently engaged with China, and as part of that historic human rights, women's rights conference that took place in China at the time. My father, in his first term as president, made the most visits out of any president in the history of Pakistan to China, and we saw a result of that diplomacy, the fruition of the CPEC. And then I also had the honor as foreign minister of Pakistan to engage with China many times. So our relationship is historic. It is a cornerstone of Pakistan's foreign policy.
Yeah, and I think you speak to relationships of trust and cooperation through many decades. Those sorts of ties are so important when you're dealing with an issue that affects global security. So talk to me a little bit more about Pakistan-China cooperation in a time of instability.
I think Pakistan-China cooperation is historic, is unique in so many ways. But one way specifically, I think, within our region, our partnership has always been one that is played out in the international stage in the interest of stability, in the interest of building bridges, not dividing countries.
And that's Pakistan's former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Now, Israel says it has launched strikes on Hezbollah targets across Lebanon. Comes just a day after attacks killed 14 people. That was the deadliest day since the ceasefire was declared. Lebanon's health ministry says the casualties include 2 children and 2 women. Dozens more people were injured. Israel says one of its soldiers was killed and 6 others were injured in a Hezbollah attack. Evangelo Sipsas joins us now from Nabatea in Lebanon. Evangelo, thanks for joining us. Does the ceasefire actually remain in place despite these incredibly deadly attacks?
Well, the ceasefire that is in place right now, I just want to give you a little bit of sense of how it feels on the ground. Because, yes, we see it on paper, that it formally still exists on paper. But moments ago, where we're standing here at the hospital in Nabatea, about a kilometer away from where we are, there was a drone strike. And you can understand that the constant fear that people are living through throughout these attacks that are happening. And I want to remind that we are standing in Nabatea, which is beyond the Litani River, which Israel said it will be conducting operations. But as we know, the latest information from the Israeli side now is that they're going to be conducting operations not only in the south of Lebanon, but they're going to expand that to the Bekaa Valley. And there's already actually been reports that there have towns and villages actually have been targeted near the border with Syria. And that comes, as you mentioned, a day after the heavy strike that took place. Actually, it was the most deadliest strike that took place since the truth on Sunday, where 14 people lost their lives, including children and women, and more than 37 people were injured. And this is what what it seems like actually on the ground. That's what the sense is on the ground. Now, Hezbollah said it was able to kill 1 Israeli soldier and injure 6 more. And this is what kind of you feel here on the ground. There is a sense that, yes, there is a ceasefire on paper. Yes, there is supposedly lines for people to be safe. But here, what we are experiencing for the past few hours is constant bombardment, heavier bombardment than we experienced before. So yes, ceasefire on paper, but here on the ground, more exhaustion, more bombardment, and more anger from the people that are fleeing.
Thank you so much for that update, Evangelo Sipsas, who is in Nabatea in Lebanon. 2 former Israeli prime ministers are joining forces, hoping to oust Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition government. Right-winger Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid says they plan to merge their 2 parties ahead of the election expected later this year. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, our correspondent Michael Marulia goes head-to-head with a table tennis pro. Can he keep up?
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans? Grey rhinos? And unicorn companies? Make sense of it all. Global business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. It's a necessity.
For China and the United States, our important powers in the world,
What unites us is much more than what divides us. And I believe China is committed to gender.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
Welcome back. A reminder of our top stories. Peace will prevail in Iran, the message from Russian President Putin as he meets with the Iranian foreign minister. And Israel launches fresh attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, a day after killing 14 people in the deadliest day of the ceasefire. The man accused of charging a security checkpoint at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is set to appear in court today. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen also facing charges for shooting a Secret Service agent outside the ballroom. President Trump and some members of his administration were inside with hundreds of journalists and other guests. Trump says he wasn't worried. World leaders have denounced the shooting. Here's China's foreign ministry.
China is closely following this shooting incident. We consistently oppose and condemn unlawful and violent acts.
I'm joined now by our correspondent in Washington, D.C., Kate Fisher. Hello, Kate. We're getting a clearer picture of who the suspect is. Has he appeared in court? What more can you tell?
More of them. We know the video game developer. He had been doing this, graduating from, the California Institute of Technology. We understand he traveled here to Washington from California by train, bringing with him multiple weapons, including a shotgun, handgun, and knives. And just before he carried out this shooting, he sent a manifesto to family members. This has been reported in the media here just a few minutes beforehand, and he referred to himself in that as a friendly federal assassin. Although investigators say they are still formalizing the motive, their investigations are still new, but they do believe, the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche saying they believe that he was targeting administration officials. Although they say he is at the moment not cooperating with investigators, but that's what they are getting from this manifesto that they've read that has strong grievances against the Trump administration. He said in that he would be targeting them from the highest to the lowest, using extreme language and justification. But we are likely to hear more when he appears in court very soon here in Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much for that update. That's our correspondent in Washington, Kate Fisher. Looking at other news, 3 people have been killed in the latest US military strike targeting a boat suspected of transporting drugs in the eastern Pacific Ocean. More than 180 people have died since September, with the Trump administration intensifying its campaign against alleged drug trafficking vessels. The US military has not provided evidence that any of the targeted boats were carrying drugs. To West Africa now, where pro-government fighters in Mali have withdrawn from the northern town of Kidal as rebel groups sweep across the country. Russian-backed forces had been supporting the military-led government following strikes in and around the capital Bamako on Saturday. Mali's defense minister, Sadio Kamara, is among those killed by insurgents after a car explosives was driven into his home. China is playing host this week to multiple foreign ministers, with Belgium's Maxime Prévost arriving today at the invitation of his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi. Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong will also meet with Wang this week in Beijing for talks that she says she hopes will progress the full range of our interests and manage our differences. The World Table Tennis Championship returns to London on Tuesday, a century on from the inaugural tournament. The sport began in Britain and flourished in China. Now it represents a unique cultural connection between the two nations. Our correspondent Michael Marilia explores that relationship in the first episode of CGTN's special series, Digital Diplomats.
It's fast, it's furious, it's super fun. And in a sense, it's changing the world. Table tennis was invented in the UK, but it's deeply rooted in Chinese culture. And it's become a global phenomenon, thanks to a new generation of players and content creators bringing it to life on social media. Today, I'm meeting 2 people at the heart of that movement. And we're doing this a little differently. We're going to talk while we play. Tintin Ho, the top-ranked women's player in England. She's won a record 8 national singles titles. She's competed at the Olympics and she's bagged 3 medals at the Commonwealth Games. And then there's Dan Ives, founder of Table Tennis Daily, a digital platform with 1.4 million followers. It features interviews, match highlights, everything in between. So Tintin, you won your first national title as a junior when you were 10.
Yeah.
Table tennis has been a huge part of your life. What makes it so special?
It's just a big part of our family. So my dad, he used to play for Hong Kong and he coached me and my brother. So I started when I was 5 and he's really obsessed with table tennis. So for us, it's a sort of a family thing to get us together.
Dan, you've built this really vibrant online community, all built around table tennis. Why did you start it?
When I was younger, I was in a club, a professional table tennis club in France, and I recorded some practice. And it was really, it was world-class players in the hall. So I put it onto YouTube and it got tens of thousands of views, straight away. And I was just like, wow, this is crazy. So I just got addicted to it. I thought, okay, I'll put some more videos on. And then I show my friends back at home in England, check out these players, they're amazing. And then others online, obviously, thought the same thing. And it just kind of spiraled from there.
Dan, you're going to take me through a training drill. I am a little bit nervous here, but let's see what we can do.
Yeah, so this training drill is called multi-ball, and many players use it in China. Basically, I'm going to rapid fire the balls to you anywhere on the table, and you've just got to try and get it back. Ready? Let's test your skills. Good. In, nice. There. Good. That's it. Good. Keep an eye on the ball. Hey, nice. Go, 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 go. Oh, so close. Well done. That's fantastic. So well done, Michael. Awesome. Awesome.
You've seen enough of my skills. So up next, it's England's #1 versus the social media megastar. Time for the rapid fire round of questions. Here we go. Table tennis, who does it better, China or the UK?
China.
China for me too.
Best thing about table tennis in Britain?
The fun and creativity.
It's amazing how many people play table tennis in the UK. range is huge in ages.
Best thing about table tennis?
Same for me. Table tennis is everywhere in China. All the outdoor tables, it's so cool.
One thing about the sport that people completely misunderstand.
There's a lot of fitness involved and you actually need to move.
The speed of the game is so fast. The amount of skill the professional players have is absolutely insane.
Famous person, past or present, you would love to play with?
Has to be Ma Long.
Same here, Ma Long.
Tintin, the toughest opponent you have ever faced?
Kwai Man from China. I think she's top 10 in the world.
Dan, the biggest star you've ever filmed with?
Zhang Jike.
Who is your table tennis GOAT, the greatest of all time?
Female Deng Yaping and male Ma Long.
Female Chen Meng and male, the same as Tintin, Ma Long for sure.
You're not choosing Tintin as your woman's GOAT.
I know, sorry, Tintin.
So, back in the day, if you wanted to watch table tennis, you did it in person. Now the action is literally in your hands. One rally, one trick shot, and suddenly millions are watching and talking, and it's all happening online. Let's talk about social media. How has that helped to grow the game around the world?
The rallies and the amazing trick shots are going more viral online, and this puts table tennis on the map. Especially the table tennis players in China have helped as well because they have a big fan base.
Dan, you're also posting on Chinese social media now. How have Chinese fans responded to your content?
They've responded really well because a lot of the content they've not seen before of like European players. So they're commenting, wow, I've never seen Charles Moorgard doing this before, or T-Mobile, etc. So that's really helped grow our channel. It's just a different angle of seeing content to the Chinese audience, especially the Zhang Jike video that had over 5 million views in China. So that's amazing.
I want to chat about the fan forums and the comment sections of your videos, Dan. How are...
I think because table tennis is such a complex, fun, tricky game, people like to share and learn new things. So every culture has different styles, different types of rubbers, bats, players. So everyone's just engaging online.
You and your team filmed with the former Olympic champ, Zhang Jike. What was that like, and what did you learn about China's table tennis culture?
It was such a crazy experience. I grew up in London, and I watched Zhang Jike win the London Olympic Games. And to watch him there in the stand winning, and then like in 10 years' time, I'll be doing a video of him, would have not in my wildest dreams. I was like, is this going to happen? Will Zhang Jike really be there? And he was, which was so cool. It made me realize how table tennis is such a way of life out there as well.
Tintin, your family hails from Hong Kong. You grew up here in the UK, you were born in the UK. Do you see yourself as a bridge, perhaps, between Chinese fans and British fans?
I really enjoy both cultures. So every summer we'd go to China for training. I'd see my family in Hong Kong. And when I do go to Hong Kong, it feels like home. Obviously, I grew up in the UK. I feel very British in myself. I like to embrace both cultures. Actually, when we went to China this summer for training, I was almost a bit of a translator in Mandarin, which was very hard for me because I'm learning to improve my Mandarin. So yeah, I'm still learning to be that bridge.
Okay, we're done with talking. It's time to play. Dan and Tintin against me. Let's go. Ooh. Damn. Oh. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oh. I definitely prefer talking to Dan and Tintin rather than playing with them. This has been Digital Diplomats.
All right, let's bring you your headlines once more. Peace will prevail in Iran, the message from Russian President Putin as he meets with the Iranian foreign minister. Launches fresh and press gala where officials say he may have been targeted is due in court. And that's the world today. Thanks so much for watching. Back with more news at the top of the hour. Up next, it's World Insight. For now, from all of us here in London, goodbye.
It's high. Wow.
Globalization isn't over. It's just more selective. You need to figure out where that will be allowed to happen and what you do with the country that will, on balance, try and be more self-sufficient.
Hello and welcome to World Insight with me, Tian Wei. As we embrace major changes unseen in the century, many see the importance of cultivating future leaders of the world who can respond to the geopolitical landscape of the 21st century. Among those making concrete efforts is Stephen A. Schwarzman, founding trustee of the Schwarzman Scholars. This year, Schwarzman Scholars is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Over 1,300 scholars now in or already graduated from the program gather Beijing for this special moment. Schwarzman Scholars are from more than 100 countries and regions. Over a decade, the program has been based in Tsinghua University, one of
And some of the astonishing kids here who are graduates now out in the real world.
crazy applause and cheering in the hall.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. What is it like for you? 10 years. Dream come true?
It's better than the dream. It is the dream, but it's the dream on steroids. It's really a phenomenal group effort
Yes.
between people at Chenhua and ourselves to create something that doesn't exist
Yes.
any other place in China or the United States.
And thanks to people like Amy and many others in the team as well. Yeah.
Well, Amy made it happen, along with the terrific people
Yeah.
from Chenhua who worked here, the Shulan and others.
Yes.
So it's been like a dream come true.
Exactly. Dream big, as you said.
Well, you have to.
Oh, you have to. Okay, I got that.
Right.
It's everybody. Hi. Wow.
Wow. So I guess you were all on CCTV.
Yes, we are. Congratulations, everyone.
This is our C10, some of them.
And
C6.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Fantastic.
let's walk. Hope to recover soon.
Good to see you.
So good to see you. You guys rock in the morning, huh? Great. Thank you so much. Amy, what's it like, to be always surrounded by all these students, these scholars?
It's what wakes me up every day. I wouldn't do it if it weren't for them. And there was the dream.
Yes. Steve, good to see you.
Good to be here.
What have you learned over the past 24 hours?
Well, I've learned we have a lot of happy alumni, and we have a lot of happy students at the Schwarzman Scholar Program. And when we started the program, I knew this would be very impactful for the people who are in it, and hopefully impactful for the world. And I didn't understand how deeply impactful it actually would be, because we had 90% of the graduates want to come back for a 10th reunion, because we assembled people in a normal year from 40 countries, but over the 10-year life, we've had people from 100 different countries come, from 500 universities. So the experience that these kind of highly unusual super is something that you can't get anywhere else, because as I tell them, it's the only time in your life you'll be with people like yourself, and we don't have the same rigorous grade competition that you'd normally have in a university. So you don't have to dislike anybody, and you can learn from anybody, and so it's a pretty intense experience. But the fact is that the students who go there not only have great education, but they bond with each other. And what surprised me is after they leave, they tend to live together. And they communicate at least once a month with us in the existing program. And I always believed that when we set this up, that this should be a lifetime engagement.
So, from a dream that came true to make it a lasting legacy in a shifting world, what are some of the challenges and solutions, Steve, you are thinking about these days about Schwarzman scholars?
I don't think about legacy. I tend to do different types of new things, and I do them because they're great things to do without any reference to me. I just finished a meeting with all of our faculty, and they asked me the question, the world's changing geopolitically, it's changing technologically, it's changing economically. How should we be approaching this in terms of education for the students? And I said to them that the geopolitical changes and instability have happened in various times in history. I think we have to provide a framework for that so people, when they're younger, learn that this is the way the world's going to be. And there are going to be certain adjustments that you have to make when you're living in that world. And particularly in the technology area, where there'll be dramatic changes. And we should talk about the capability of technology and what it's going to evolve into, so that our students can understand a world that doesn't exist yet, but we know what it should be doing at that in the future, and what are the options for changing the course of things, what issues, including AI safety, people have to be concerned about and engineer as a must do in the future, and it'll basically not be education about the past, which is what a lot of education is. It'll be education about the future.
I've been talking to some students and those have been involved in the program. They are telling me some of their gut feelings. They see the world seem to be in parallel universe in a way. You have earlier the idea of globalization, of course, that's fading away. And yet there are so many different sets of rules, different priorities for different countries, and different narratives. So how would a student be able to function in so many different parallel universe, so to speak, at this moment?
Well, it's just more complicated, that's all.
Just more complicated, that's all.
Right, globalization is just more selective. There are certain things that certainly can be global for all the reasons that globalization happened, that not every country can be self-sufficient in everything, which is why trade has always been a feature of the world since, certainly since the Renaissance. You'll need to figure out where that will be allowed to happen and what you do with a country that will, on balance, try and be more self-sufficient. And what are the opportunities there? And how might those factors work together.
Would that hinder the possibility of cooperation among these scholars for the future?
No, it won't.
Why not?
Like all markets, including the market for ideas, there'll be plenty of opportunities for countries to work together, find certain types of common ground. And I don't see that changing. It'll be more complex. You'll need to know, well, I can't do everything. Well, what can I do? What would be interesting? What does everybody else in the world need? It just creates more complexity, but it doesn't change the way to think.
About technologies, which you also mentioned in your earlier answer, people see it in very different ways. And the relationship between AI, for example, and the human being, what is your take?
Well, it's early days. So the people who are inventing AI can see what the technology can be in the future. And this is a very, very powerful technology. So the way to explain this to a broad audience is if you have human super bright people with what's called an IQ around 180 to 200, fully developed AI will have an IQ of 12,000. So what's it like with somebody in the next office working for you who has an IQ of 12,000 when maybe you have an IQ of 150? That's going to change a lot of things. And that hasn't happened yet. And when they announce it happened, it probably won't affect you because it will take years before the technology, which is developing super fast, can be implemented. So this isn't an emergency type of situation. If you look out, 10 years, a lot of things will have happened. Society will be able to do certain things it never could have dreamed of. You'll have on the good side, drug development, where China is an expert, will probably go up, people say, around 3 times. So you think about what that means, trying to keep your parents alive or your grandparents or your children. That'll have in the medical area, it should be should be dramatically in many different areas.
And therefore, the qualities that the students are trying to learn and acquire, would they be the crucial one or not in the future? How would we know?
We sort of have to make sure that the humans are in charge as this develops. And if you didn't have sensible rules or regulations, theoretically, that could be compromised. But we can't allow that to happen because that would be sort of a ridiculous outcome for humans. So the technology through regulation or another mechanism will have to evolve to be supportive. And if you can get machines doing amazing things that most humans don't want to do or can't do as well, then you could have very good outcomes.
You might think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN. See the difference.
What about competition and cooperation? That's a word, those two words being mentioned repeatedly in so many different occasions.
I think you're going to have more nuanced type of relationships where people are competing. People themselves are always competing for something, whether it's sports to win, whether it's a job to be paid more, get promoted. So it's normal. On the other hand, in most organizations, including sports teams and businesses, if you don't have teamwork, people cooperating, you lose. So that paradigm of having relationships where you do both is going to be necessary. The way recent history has worked, you're either a friend or a foe. That kind of world won't function very well. You can be doing that works for both parties. And I see that kind of world evolving.
For you personally, how would you identify the needs of others, especially when you are interacting with national leaders, with key business leaders? How to identify their needs and to make sure it can be a constructive initiative to move forward, shape it?
I find that pretty easy. Usually people tell you what they want. And life at Blackstone, we're always trying to figure out what the match between what people want and investment products and what we can design to deliver. I get in situations a lot where you're dealing with competitors, but you also have things you can do together. And so it really just takes emotional control so that you don't allow your competitive instincts in one area to overwhelm good things you can do with someone else.
But sometimes people also feel being caught in between, between two worlds, between two different situations, two different directions. And, how is that feeling relevant to you in recent years?
I'm in more of the match game of where there's common interest, and where there isn't, you try and make sure that doesn't create problems for either side.
What about the business cycles, as they say? Steve, you're one that is already transcend cycles. How does that work for you this time, looking at all the changes? Do you think the earlier experiences, lessons you learned, gonna be still relevant?
Yeah, there are certain lessons that repeat over and over again. When prices get super high, they almost always collapse. When you're living, people keep investing and buying. They forget that cycles will occur. You can't guess the day when a cycle change, but you can observe behaviors that tell you it is going to happen. In some of the stuff I do in financial markets, you can see that people used to just talk about what multiple of profits a company should be worth. Then they started doing that same calculation and using before paying taxes as opposed to after. And then as prices get higher and higher, they start measuring just the revenues of a company. They forget about profits. And stocks still can go up. And that's usually a sign that at some point, relatively soon, you probably have had markets that went too far.
Some of those phenomena you just mentioned sound so familiar to me if you look at the headlines.
Well, there's always a repeat of the past. It always presents itself slightly differently, but it's not that hard if you have been through a lot of cycles and you understand, what the key drivers are, where people become just too enthusiastic. It's how you get oversupply in real estate, other types of businesses, and you can see the buildup of overenthusiasm.
Steve, you are the founding trustee of the Schwarzman Scholars. Now, the program is enjoying $575 million US in donation. I think it is the largest single philanthropic effort in China's history. Now, tell me more about what you have learned about China through this process.
When I came to China the first time with my children in 1990, but there were almost no cars in China, and they were all on bicycles. 10 years later, in 2000, the average income per person in China was only $300 for a whole year. So I've watched the absolute economic revolution that the government of China has helped create for its people. It's astonishing. And now the average income, I think, is somewhere around $14,000. And you can turn it into RMB for me, but it's massive. And, I've watched this happen, and it's not meant to stop at that level. So it will continue to invest. It'll continue to grow. It'll continue to make the lives of its people better. And of course, then it has all its relationships around the world, some of which are easy, some of which more complicated.
So while China's wealth has been increasing, do you see trying to search for its own identity, so to speak? What does that mean to you during your process of discovering China?
Well, China's place in the world historically has always been pretty clear. This is a 5,000-year-old country, and they've always been the dominant economic power in Asia. They're busy reclaiming that, and I think that will continue.
My final question for you, Steve. 10 years from now, if I still had the opportunity to sit in front of you and have a one-on-one conversation with you, how would you describe the Schwarzman Scholars and this program, what it will be like?
We'll have double the number of graduates. We'll have more and more cooperation between them. We'll set up programs so after they graduate, they'll be able to continue to interact with each other and learn about China and learn about other countries in the world. I think we'll get better and better just, at Changhua University, educating the scholars. I think the world will change over that period. Students from some countries than we have now. Some countries will reduce, and it's a live program, and we'll have the knowledge of another 10 years to change our curriculum as we see what works as people get older, and we'll have much more impact on the world as we double our number of people. So I see us with ultimately 15,000 graduates in at least 100 countries, and we'll be closer to that number, and it'll continue to go up, and it'll be hard to have reunions with that many people.
Steve, always a great pleasure.
Thank you.
And that's my exclusive interview with Stephen A. Schwarzman, the founding trustee of Schwarzman Scholars. And that is all the time we have for today. If you'd like to know more, search World Insight. Check out our YouTube channel. Follow us on X and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei on behalf of the team. Thanks for being with us. Bye for now.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Sally Burdett. Welcome to the program. Our top stories. Peace will prevail in Iran. The message from Russian President Putin as he meets with the Iranian foreign minister. Israel launches fresh attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, a day after killing 14 people in the deadliest day of the ceasefire. The man accused of putting fire at a Washington press gala and potentially targeting President Trump is due in court. And with just a day to go until the World Championships, we explore how table tennis serves as a cultural bridge between China and the UK. Iran's foreign minister has held talks with President Vladimir Putin in Russia. Putin said he hopes the Iranian people will weather what he described as a difficult period, adding that peace will prevail. Abbas Araghchi thanked him for Russia's support. Earlier, Araghchi blamed what he called excessive US demands for the failure of peace talks.
Developments have occurred in the negotiations. The Americans' approaches caused the previous rounds of talks, despite the progress that had been made, not to reach its objectives. The excessive demands they made and the incorrect approaches they adopted. It was necessary for us to have consultations with our friends in Pakistan to examine the latest situation.
CGTN's Dasha Chernyshova has the latest from Moscow.
The Russian president has started is saying that Russia will do everything it can in order to serve the people of Iran as well as the people of the region to bring peace to the Middle East. He has been stressing that the people of Iran are heroically fighting for their sovereignty, and he expressed hope that their challenges will come to an end as soon as possible. For Russia's part, we understand Moscow is ready to provide some sort of diplomacy and mediating efforts to try and broker a peace between the United States and Tehran. But also we understand that Tehran is highly valuing Russia's role here, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi thanking the Russian president for his support when it comes to the negotiations, when it comes to the support for the people, as well as Russia's efforts to try and broker peace on the Iranian nuclear program, referring obviously also to the effort that Russia has played forward during the 2015 JCPOA negotiations. And we know from the Iranian foreign minister that the two sides are constantly in contact. They have been checking clocks. So this round of negotiations in Russia's St. Petersburg is aiming at these two sides, trying to make sure they are well aware of where these negotiations process is going between Iran and the United States. And interestingly, on the sidelines, we are now getting some comments from the Russian media where the Iranian foreign minister was asked what he thinks of Donald Trump, US president, saying that he has won. And Araghchi has replied, then why is the US asking for more negotiations, and stressed that the Iranian people are fighting against a very potent adversary here, and the US has not achieved any of their major stated goals, and therefore the US is interested in negotiations. So we understand that Moscow is likely to be provided its sort of diplomatic backing to Tehran. Russia has been reassuring that Iran hides to make sure its interests are well taken into account. And most importantly, Iran has the right for peaceful nuclear program. So these negotiations, according to the Kremlin, should not be it cannot be overestimated, and they are very important in this round of diplomacy that we have seen recently. But again, Russia is pedaling for the negotiated end to the conflict in the Middle East, saying that tensions have to end.
Dasha Chernyshova in Moscow. Meanwhile, Tehran has reportedly presented a new proposal to the United States. CGTN's Ehsan Kevani is in the Iranian city of Yazd.
Well, Sally, we know that Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi made 2 trips to Islamabad over the past 3 days. According to reports, during that second visit, he handed over Iran's latest response to Pakistani mediators who are expected to pass it along to the United States. It looks like Tehran is proposing a phased de-escalation plan, and the focus is really on the Strait of Hormuz. It starts with an immediate ceasefire. In exchange, Iran says it's willing to end its closure of the strait, something that has basically paralyzed the global oil flows since February. Based on what we hear, nuclear negotiations get postponed, and they would only come back to the table once the earlier phases are actually implemented. Now, on the legal side, Iran is considering a new maritime framework for the Straits, possibly working with Oman to guarantee what they call long-term safe transit. Tehran is also demanding the United States lift its naval blockades on Iranian ports and assets as a condition for any deal. And finally, Iran wants binding security guarantees against future military could end up being just as hard to resolve as the nuclear file ever was. Even if the two sides reach a nuclear deal in the future, the most serious challenge is the verification process, which could be both time-consuming and complicated. Just imagine that American nuclear inspectors would be permitted to visit any location in Iran at any time, which could potentially include inspections of military sites, such as missile production facilities. These are conditions that Iran seems very unlikely to accept.
That's Ehsan Kevani in Iran. Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari is on a state visit to China, marking 75 years of diplomatic ties between the two nations. I've been speaking to Senator and former caretaker Prime Minister of Pakistan, Anwar ul Haq Kakar, about that visit. I began, though, by asking him about Islamabad's mediation efforts between Iran and the United States.
If someone is expecting that there would be a summit conference in Islamabad where two parties would come and would just sign an agreement, and all global euphemism is that, I think so it's a bit naive. This will, in my opinion, be a long-haul process. It's not an event. So the so-called round one was the beginning of this process. And the important part is that Pakistan has assumed the role of mediation. And it's a very important, profound, and a serious one. And it is trying to keep its commitment to fulfill the expectations, not just of these two warring sections of parties or countries, but the region in large and the global community, to be honest. China is looking towards Pakistan and how does it plays the role. European Union is looking towards Pakistan. Russians are eyeing on Pakistan. GCC definitely is looked at how Pakistan handles and emerges, concluding this process.
I want to ask you about China and Pakistan. 75 years of diplomatic relations this year. How important is the visit of the Pakistan President Zardari to China, particularly at this time?
Well, when it comes to China, we have always been identifying one another as ironclad, strong relationship and strategic friendship, which is above the heights of Himalayas and more deeper than the deepest oceans. All these metaphors has been used for Pakistan-China relationship. And one of the reasons is that when it comes to China and Pakistan's policy towards it, it's a constant. There is no variation.
How important is Pakistan-China cooperation for regional stability?
Well, it's extremely important. Why I'm saying, or I'm emphasizing on the extreme part, is Pakistan is as a confident partner, a dignified partner, which shares values, which shares a vision of the region, and which has a view, long-term view of the whole region on strategic matters, on economic matters, a rule-based global order, where a country, either small or big, has the same sort of rights, where the principles and international law would translate the behavior of all the nation states.
That's a former caretaker Prime Minister of Pakistan, Anwar ul Haq Kakar, speaking to me. Israel says it has launched strikes on Hezbollah targets across Lebanon. It comes just a day after attacks killed 14 people in the deadliest day since the ceasefire was declared. Lebanon's health ministry says the casualties include 2 children and 2 women. Dozens more people were injured. Israel says one of its soldiers was killed and 6 others were injured in a Hezbollah attack. Evangelo Sipsas is in Nabatea in Lebanon.
Well, the ceasefire that is in place right now, I just want to give you a little bit of sense of how it feels on the ground. Because yes, we see it on paper, that it formally still exists on paper. But moments ago, where we're standing here at the hospital in Nabatea, about a kilometer away from where we are, is a drone strike. And you can understand that the constant fear that people are living through throughout these attacks that are happening. And I want to remind that we are standing in Nabatea, which is beyond the Litani River, which Israel said it will be conducting operations. But as we know, the latest information from the Israeli side now is that they're going to be conducting operations not only in the south of Lebanon, but they're going to expand that to the Bekaa Valley. And there's already actually been reports that there towns and villages actually have been targeted near the border with Syria. And that comes, as you mentioned, a day after the heavy strike that took place. Actually, it was the most deadliest strike that took place since the truce on Sunday, where 14 people lost their lives, including children and women, and more than 37 people were injured. And this is what it seems like actually on the ground is on the ground. Now, Hezbollah said it was able to kill one Israeli soldier and injure 6 more. And this is what kind of you feel here on the ground. There is a sense that there is a ceasefire on paper. Yes, there is supposedly lines for people to be safe. But here, what we are experiencing for the past few hours is constant bombardment, heavier bombardment than we experienced before. So yes, ceasefire on paper, but here on the ground, more exhaustion, more bombardment, and more anger from the people that are fleeing.
Evangelos Sipsas in Lebanon. 2 former Israeli prime ministers are joining forces, hoping to oust Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition government. Right-winger Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid says they plan to merge their 2 parties ahead of the election expected later this year. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, our correspondent Michael Murillo goes head-to-head with a table tennis pro. Can he keep up?
Everything is a business story.
What do we mean when we talk about the difference?
Brazen accent.
The difference is in the detail, in the background,
Defense ministers from
the wider angle and perspective of every story. CGTN. See the difference.
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
Fresh attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, a day after killing 14 people in the deadliest day of the ceasefire. The man accused of charging a security checkpoint at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is set to appear in court today. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen is also facing charges for shooting a Secret Service agent outside the ballroom. President Trump and some members of his administration were inside, along with hundreds of journalists and other guests. Trump says he wasn't worried. World leaders have denounced the shooting. Here's China's foreign ministry.
China is closely following this shooting incident. We consistently oppose and condemn unlawful and violent acts.
Joining me now is our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Hello, Kate. So we've just had a statement from the hotel where this event was being held. What can you tell us?
That's right. Hilton Hotel just releasing a statement saying that they were operating under stringent security protocols as directed by the US Secret Service, which led security for the event, which I think is key, making it clear that this was a Secret Service operation. The hotel also going on to say that the Secret Service was working in coordination with other security teams, which included the hotel security and local Washington, D.C. police. And it's interesting because part of what has been found in reported that the suspected shooter wrote a manifesto which he emailed to members of his family before this event. And in that, as has been reported by US media, he said that he ridiculed the lax security hotel, suggesting, that Iranian agents could easily have brought something more dangerous than he did. As for what he did bring, he brought 2 guns with him as well as knives. We understand that he traveled from California, where he was living, by train to Washington, D.C. before checking into the Hilton Hotel before this event. He's due to appear in court today in Washington, D.C. He'll face the charges you mentioned, as well as potentially more charges. Certainly, investigators say they imagine more charges will come against him. They say it's still an early stage of the investigation, and they are still putting together a motive by speaking to people who knew him in California, as well as examining his electronic devices, and of course the crime scene of the hotel as well, getting evidence there. He will be arraigned later today in Washington, when we're expecting to hear some more details. Certainly the motive, if you go by what is written in this manifesto, appears to show that he was very frustrated with the current administration, and that this attack could have politically motivated. The acting attorney general saying that certainly the president and members of his cabinet were potential targets here.
All right. Thank you so much for that update. That's our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Now, 3 people have been killed in the latest U.S. military strike targeting a boat suspected of transporting drugs in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. More than 180 people have died since September, with the Trump administration intensifying its campaign against alleged drug-taking vessels. The U.S. military has not provided evidence that any of the targeted boats were carrying drugs. To West Africa, where pro-government fighters in Mali have withdrawn from the northern town of Kidal as rebel groups sweep across the country. Russian-backed forces have been supporting the military-led government following strike at nearly 40 centimeters. School classes were also suspended. Rain and thunderstorms are expected to continue on Tuesday. China is playing host this week to multiple foreign ministers, with Belgium's Maxime Prévost arriving today at the invitation of his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi. Australia's Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, will also meet with Wang this week in Beijing for talks she says that she hopes will progress the full range of our interests and manage our differences. DPRK leader Kim Jong-un has strengthened military ties with Russia, agreeing to long-term cooperation. Kim said his government would, quote, continue to fully support Russia's policies of defending its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security interests. He was speaking at the opening of a memorial museum for Koreans who died fighting alongside Russia in Ukraine. The World Table Tennis Championship returns to London on Tuesday, a century on from the inaugural tournament. The sport began in Britain and flourished in China. Now it represents a unique cultural connection between the two nations. Our correspondent Michael Murillia explores that relationship in the 5th episode of CGTN's special series, Digital Diplomats.
It's fast, it's furious, it's super fun. And in a sense, this was invented in the UK. But it's deeply rooted in Chinese culture. And it's become a global phenomenon, thanks to a new generation of players and content creators bringing it to life on social media. Today, I'm meeting 2 people at the heart, and we're doing this a little differently. We're going to talk while we play. Meet Tintin Ho, the top-ranked women's player in England. She's won a record 8 national singles titles. She's competed at the Olympics, and she's bagged 3 medals at the Commonwealth Games. And then there's Dan Ives, founder of Table Tennis Daily, a digital platform with 1.4 million followers. It features interviews, match highlights, fan forums, and everything in between. So Tintin, you won your first national title as a junior when you were 10.
Yeah.
Table tennis has been a huge part of your life. What makes it so special?
It's just a big part of our family. So my dad, he used to play for Hong Kong, and he coached me and my brother. So I started when I was 5. And he's really obsessed with table tennis. So for us, it's a sort of a family thing to get us together.
Dan, you've built this really vibrant online community, all built around table tennis. Why did you start it?
When I was younger, I was in a club, a professional table tennis club in France, and I recorded some practice. and it was really like, it was world-class players in the hall. So I put it onto YouTube and it got tens of thousands of views like straight away. And I was just like, wow, this is crazy. So I just got addicted to it. I was like, okay, and I'll put some more videos on. And then I show my friends back at home in England, like, check out these players, they're amazing. And then others online obviously thought the same thing. And it just kind of spiraled from there.
Dan, you're going to take me through a training drill. I am a little bit nervous here, but let's see what we can do.
Yeah, so this training drill is called multi-ball, and many players use it in China. Basically, I'm going to rapid fire the balls to you anywhere on the table, and you've just got to try and get it back. Ready? Let's test your skills. Good. In, nice. There. Good. That's it. Good. Keep an eye on the ball. Hey, nice. Go, 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 go. Oh, so close. Well done. That's fantastic. So well done, Michael. Awesome. Awesome.
You've seen enough of my skills. So up next, it's England's #1 versus the social media megastar. Time for the rapid fire round of questions. Here we go. Table tennis, who does it better, China or the UK?
China does it better.
China for me too.
Best thing about table tennis in Britain?
The fun and creativity.
It's amazing how many people play table tennis in the UK. Range is huge in ages.
Best thing about table tennis in China?
The depth of players and how if you're just walking on a random street in China, you can hear table tennis somewhere in the distance.
Same for me. Table tennis is everywhere in China. All the outdoor tables, it's so cool.
One thing about the sport that people completely misunderstand?
There's a lot of fitness involved and you actually need to move.
The speed of the game is so fast. The amount of skill the professional players have is absolutely insane.
Famous person, past or present, you would love to play with?
Has to be Ma Long.
Same here, Ma Long.
Tintin, the toughest opponent you have ever faced?
Kwai Man from China. I think she's top 10 in the world.
Dan, the biggest star you've ever filmed with?
Zhang Jike.
Who is your table tennis GOAT, the greatest of all time?
Female Deng Yaping and male Ma Long.
Female Chen Meng and male, the same as Tintin, Ma Long for sure.
You're not choosing Tintin as your woman's GOAT.
I know, sorry, Tintin.
So, back in the day, if you wanted to watch table tennis, you did it in person. Now the action is literally in your hands. One rally, one trick shot, and suddenly millions are watching and talking, and it's all happening online. Let's talk about social media. How has that helped to grow the game around the world?
The rallies and the amazing trick shots are going more viral online, and this puts table tennis on the map. Especially the table tennis players in China have helped as well because they have a big fan base.
Dan, you're also posting on Chinese social media now. How have Chinese fans responded to your content?
They've responded really well because a lot of the content they've not seen before of like European players. So they're commenting, wow, I've never seen Charles Moorgaard doing this before, or Timo Boll, etc. So that's really helped grow our channel. It's just a different angle of seeing content to the Chinese audience, and especially the Zhang Jike video that had over 5 million views in China. So that's amazing.
I want to chat about the fan forums and the comment sections of your videos, Dan. How are people from different countries engaging with the content?
I think because table tennis is such a complex, fun, tricky game, people like to share and learn new things. So every culture has different styles, different types of rubbers, bats, and players. So everyone's just engaging online.
You and your team filmed with the former Olympic champ Zhang Jike. What was that like, and what did you learn about China's table tennis culture?
It was such a crazy experience. I grew up in London and I watched Zhang Jike win the London Olympic Games, and to watch him there in the stand winning, and then like to say, oh, in 10 years' time I'll be doing a video of him, would have not in my wildest dreams. I was like, is this going to happen? Will Zhang Jike really be there? And he was, which was so cool. It made me realize how table tennis is such a way of life out there as well.
Tintin, your family hails from Hong Kong. You grew up here in the UK, you were born in the UK. Do you see yourself as a bridge, perhaps, between Chinese fans and British fans?
I really enjoy both cultures. So every summer we'd go to China for training. I have a family in Hong Kong, and when I do go to Hong Kong, it feels like home. Obviously, I grew up in the UK. I feel very British in myself. I like to embrace both cultures. Actually, when we went to China this summer for training, I was almost a bit of a translator in Mandarin, which was very hard for me because I'm learning to improve Mandarin. So yeah, I'm still learning to be that bridge.
Okay, we're done with talking. It's time to play. Dan and Tintin against me. Let's go. Ooh. Damn. Oh. Okay, here we go. I definitely prefer talking to Dan and Tintin rather than playing with them. This has been Digital Diplomats.
Your headlines once more. Peace will prevail in Iran. That's the message from Russian President Putin as he meets with the Iranian foreign minister. And Israel launches fresh attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, a day after killing 14 people in the deadliest day of the ceasefire. That's the world today. Thanks so much for watching. We're back with more news at the top of the hour. Up next, it's The Vibe. For now, from all of us here in London, goodbye.
Today on The Vibe, the 16th Beijing International Film Festival has dropped its curtains with the Tiantan Award winners unveiled. Dazzling lights illuminate Beijing's Grand Canal, turning the aquatic artery into an enchanting stage after dark. Discovering Shunde's flavors, where locals transform milk and fish skin into gastronomic wonders. Smarter tech and better language support. Find out more about China's new travel experience. Hello and welcome to this edition of The Vibe on CGTN. I'm Lin Lin in Beijing. Thanks for joining us. The 16th Beijing International Film Festival concluded on April 25th with the Tiantan Award winners unveiled during the closing ceremony. The British film Dragonfly emerged as the biggest winner, walking away with 3 Tiantan Awards. The film won the Best Feature Film, Best Screenplay, and Best Actress categories. Brenda Blethyn and Andrea Riseborough share the Best Actress prize. Chinese actor Yu Hewei received the Best Actor award for his role in the All the Good Eyes. In addition to the main competition awards, renowned Hong Kong filmmaker and action choreographer Yuen Wah-ping received the Lifetime Achievement Award. It is worth mentioning that this year's film launched a series of themed activities, including exploring cuisine and scenic spots through the lens of films. This year, the Beijing International Film Festival transforms the Grand Canal in Beijing's Tongzhou district with a spectacular water stage. As night falls, the ancient waterway comes alive through an immersive light show, turning the historic canal into a shimmering spectacle. Take a look.
The water-red carpet stretched 3.3 kilometers along the canal. A floating stage and shimmering water created a moving picture of light and shadow. The Tongzhou sub-venue featured 4 sections: a film forum, a water lounge, the water-red carpet, and the visual effects awards.
We've turned the Grand Canal Cultural Tourism Zone into our main stage. We presented a water and poetry spectacle, launched an immersive night tour on the theme of ancient grand transport, and introduced a canal boat featuring intangible cultural heritage. Total 56 major cultural tourism, business, and sports events are coming.
Another highlight of the evening was the official premiere and maiden voyage of a large-scale water spectacle, Journey on the Canal. With the real scenery of the Grand Canal as backdrop and stage, spectators on tour boats with panoramic glass ceilings enjoyed the 55-minute immersive performance, which presents the canal's 1,000-year history along a 3.5-kilometer stretch of the river. 张美元 CGTN.
Thai star Bilkin made a surprise appearance at the Beijing International Film Festival. From his award-winning performance in How to Make Millions Before Grandma Dies to his deep family roots and heartfelt connection with Chinese fans, Bilkin shared it all with us in this sit-down interview.
要挣脱时间，陪你写一写。
Welcome to Beijing International Film Festival. At an open-air screening in downtown Beijing, the Thai film How to Make Millions Before Grandma Dies once again captured the attention of Chinese audiences. Released in 2024, the movie was widely acclaimed across Asia. Its lead actor Putipong Asaratanakun, aka Bilkin, made a surprising presence at the event. What does he think about the film's success in China? We sat down with him to find out.
First of all, welcome to Beijing. And I know this is not your first time in China, in the city, but how do you feel about attending the Beijing International Film Festival this year?
Actually, I'm quite excited. It's my first time attending the film festival in China, and also my first time working in Beijing. Yeah, I've heard that the movies was very successful here, and the fans, the audience love it so much. And since the movie was launched, I didn't have any chance to come here and meet the audience and say thank you to them and like chit chat to the one who loved the movies as a representative of the crew.
The film focuses on family and love. Which scene or plot touched you the most during the entire shooting process?
Might be the scene that Ama passed away in my mother's home, because even before the shooting, I was with Ama for a very, very long period of the pre-production process. And I think that's the late cue of the shooting also. And it just...
At 27, Bilkin has earned multiple awards for his nuanced and moving performance film, solidifying himself as a rising star to watch. So what made you decide to take the role in the movie in the very first beginning?
It was just touched me, maybe it's because of the background of the setting of these movies. Is Thai Chinese family, and it's quite similar to my real family. We had a lot of things like norm or culture that we always, the way that we think that portrays in a movie. I also live with my family, and I also give the significance to them when I see the message of the movie they're trying to say. I just feel like I agree with the logic and things that movie want to communicate. So that's why maybe that's the reason why it touched me so much, and I just went with it.
That's very simple. A good story touches heart. And you spoke of your family member. How are your relationship with your grandma, grandpa, and do you still have families living in China?
Yeah, some of them are in Shantou, some of them are in Hong Kong, we meet every year. Thailand and China, we have a very strong relationship in many ways. Even myself, I think my grandparents, they're from here, China, and they like immigrate to Thailand. So I'm very lucky, man, because even I'm Thai, I live in Thailand, and I do my jobs all in the Thai context. But all of that can get through like many barriers to the Chinese audience, and they become my fans. It really means a lot for me, and it's one of the most essential value that makes me still doing this kind of things. The thing that proved me this is the way of my happiness.
And one last thing, can you sing a bit for the OST of the movie work, Ever Forever?
要挣脱时间，陪你写一写，想说的话太多，你是我真正美好的兑现。
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Next, let's turn the spotlight onto The Time Traveler. This documentary, which screened at this year's Beijing International Film Festival, covers the hidden stories and greatness beneath Beijing's subway lines. CGTN's Wang Yangyang reports.
你经常坐地铁吗？你想从坐地铁的看热闹者成为看门道的人吗？
Heading to Universal Resort.
Documentary The Time Traveler unravels the stories beneath our feet along the daily commutes.
在平凡中做出的不平凡的事情，应该更值得我们关注。
这里面有为这个地铁的事业付出很多年的这个咱们的设计者、规划者、普通的这种工人、建设者，包括地铁的运维人员。
我们在做的这个音乐的时候，主要想到的就是这个地铁承载的人与事。
从纪录片的角度，它就是有很多人文的一些关怀在里面。
The Time Traveler is now screening at the 16th Beijing International Film Festival. Get ready for a ride through urban life. CGT Wang Yangyang reports.
On the Vibe. Surf the web and duck beneath the waves as we take a deep dive into what's hot online in our segment, Behind the Buzz.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back to The Vibe, and now it's time for Behind the Buzz, where we explore what's been trending online and taking media. First up, Daming in China's Hebei province. This ancient city is quickly turning into a must-visit destination, and here's the reason why. Next, we're heading south to Baisha in Hainan province. Around this time each year, the city hosts famous fish catching contest. No nets, no gears, just roll up your pants and go hands-on with the fish. This contest is actually inspired by traditional Li and Miao farming activity in the region. Now we're moving to northwest China, to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, where a special form of music called gam carries the rhythms of everyday life. This 1,000-year-old treasure of the Uyghur people comes alive in every note. Beautiful melodies. Well, that's a wrap for Behind the Buzz today. Stay tuned and we'll be back after a short break. Up next, on the Vibe, discovering Shunde's flavors, where locals transform milk and fish skin into gastronomic wonders.
A vast land of 1.4 billion people. The world's second largest economy. Home to stories of the unexpected, the unimaginable, the breathtaking. Stories that touch the soul. Feel the speed, passion. Enjoy spectacular natural and cultural landscapes. Feel the thrill of cutting-edge innovations. Discovering China. Global Biz. China Travel. We present to China never seen before. 24/7 at your fingertips. Starting on November 6th, 2025.
Welcome back to The Vibe. Let's continue our program. Attention foodies, if you're planning your next food adventure in China, make sure to put Shunde's. Absalom will guide you through this journey.
Steam rises from bustling kitchens. There's a dazzling array of delicacies, and savory aromas are only accentuated by the wind. Shunde, which was named a City of Gastronomy by UNESCO, is situated not far from Hong Kong in the south of Guangdong Province. And these aromas led us straight into Shunde's villages and towns.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everyone's so friendly here.
It's very busy here and vibrant.
It's
It's a touristy place. This is one of the most touristy places. Before, you only see locals here. They said about 10 years ago, they converted this place into a promenade or food street. And now you have all the tourists coming in for the delicacies.
What type of fish is this?
African fish. This is
Really?
It's an African a species from Africa.
Can I please try and see how it tastes like?
我们可以试试吗？
肯定可以试试，来，必须的，来，开始，
谢谢啊，the chopsticks。
谢谢老板。
第一口就夹着鱼皮是它的鱼盘的爽脆 Q 弹。
Oh, this is nice. And the type of oil, what type of oil have you used?
Take this to go.
yeah, okay.
Let me have more. I love this.
吃的时候大口一点，对，口感更丰富。Yeah.
Fish is part of our diet back home.
What about fish skin?
No. Fish skin, not entirely. This is my very first experience with fish skin alone. But let me just dig in again. Let me dig in. And look at that.
Oh, yeah.
I love this.
Fish is a food ingrained in the local diet, enriching people's daily lives. But Shunde is vast, and fish isn't the only story. Another marvelous ingredient catches our eyes: water buffalo milk.
有点烫啊，小心啊。
Thank you.
有点烫。
It's a little hot.
小心啊。
I love this. It's very dairy. Definitely milk in here.
这个杂牛奶是最代表我们顺德的名菜。
So what exactly am I having right now?
我们当地这条街的水牛奶做出来的一个馅。
Wow, look at that.
So what year is this from?
020的。
Did this evolve over time, or the recipe has stayed the same?
没有改变过，一直就坚守这个配方。但是我是一个工匠，我用工匠的手艺去做这个产品。
Sure, food is more than just about filling your stomach. It's more about the craft behind the stove, a recipe, a lifetime of passion. As night falls, we continue our hunt for local delicacies. But
wow, I think we need to get someone to help us make a choice, eh?
That is a good idea.
你好，有什么能帮到您？试一下我们这边很出名的顺德鱼生。
Shunde raw fish. That's very, very good. A local specialty.
Is that the most popular dish here? Can we get that? And also probably one of the least popular dish.
我们所有菜都很受欢迎。
So I mix all this?
Everything.
All of this.
One big happy family.
Thank you so much. Now I can't wait to see.
My mouth is watering.
A little bit salty, but it's actually nice. I love how everything else just works together. It's well balanced.
It's very delicate. It's a perfect combination, the perfect balance.
So this is the most popular dish here.
At this restaurant and also in this region.
I don't think I would be able to leave any here.
This is the best choice that I made this year so far. I would never imagine to have something, to taste this in a village.
I love that. And I think this is really a perfect way to end off the day that we just had. Really the most befitting way. Cheers, my friend.
Travel sometimes doesn't require much bustle. It's a warmth and honesty of a place, a single bite, a moment of simple kindness that let every traveler feel life in full bloom.
Let's take it.
Well, I'm quite hungry after the story. Now on to the next. Better language support, smarter everyday tech, not just a trip, a whole system working behind it. That's the new China travel experience. In the following story, our reporter Li Chong will tell you more.
3, 2, 1, Great Wall of China!
Backflip on the Great Wall. Frying over hot pot.
I'm dying.
And Kung Fu Modon. Space China tour went viral for a reason, and he's not the only one falling for the country.
I'm from New Jersey, USA.
Denmark. I'm from India.
China.
The core engine.
I really love the history and the culture. The food is very interesting too.
It's really safe too. Of course, I will be back with my girl and with my wife.
But to truly get China, you need a tour guide first.
This is actually the symbolic beauty of Beijing.
Number 6.
In Beijing, Michael Yao is one of the hottest choices for foreign tourists.
Guided 400 international customers last year, coming from 33 different countries.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Popular guides speak the culture, not just the language.
This is the Forbidden City where the emperors resided here for 500 years. The Forbidden City was established in 1420.
What kind of questions would they ask you?
A lot of questions. Like the color, why the buildings in the Forbidden City are covered with a yellow tile roof. What is the symbolic meaning of the yellow and the red?
English tour guides are just the beginning. Russian, Japanese, French, take your pick.
Being a Russian-speaking guide has become a very important part of my life.
These tours don't just stop at historical landmarks. They take you from past to the present.
We want to see more of everyday life here to learn about how Chinese people live.
And that everyday life is kind of wild. High-speed trains, tap to pay, drones dropping your coffee, self-driving cabs. These surprises fill their trip every day.
It's a lot more modern than I expected, very, very clean. The people are very nice.
Better guides, smarter systems. That's China making itself easier to visit. A new China travel experience. Li Qiong, CGTN, Beijing.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities, reinvent, find new opportunities, discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back to The Vibe. Participants from across the strait gathered in Shanghai on Saturday for the inaugural Oriental Chic Development Summit. The event aims to promote Chinese culture while advancing socio-economic development through cross-strait collaboration. Wan Hong